Testing, 1, 2. This is going to be a banger episode right now. So I have a lot in store for you guys. I know it's kind of like a late stream, but I'm going to be covering a lot. So I appreciate everybody who's following me on this stream. I've reached 1,000. Hopefully I can climb a little bit higher and get to like 2,000, maybe 3,000. I know, maybe wishful thinking here, but I've just started and I'm kind of new to this, but hopefully you guys like the stream. Let me show you guys the backdrop. Yeah, so that's I love my backdrop. It's pretty awesome. Learning how to do all this by myself is a little difficult, kind of tedious at times, but we're going to go ahead and get started. And this episode is going to be about Black Exhaustion. I know we've all heard about Black Fatigue, but we're at the point of Black Exhaustion in 2025. It's really crazy. We've got a lot on our plate as far as the show goes. I'm not going to make this too long because I understand that a lot of people are up late tonight. So let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to put up a couple things right now. How are you guys doing? Hopefully you guys are having a good evening tonight or today, depending on whether or not you guys are in the East Coast. I know we're on the cusp of certain things, but let's go look into some of the things. I may have some old things up, but we're going to go ahead and cycle through and kind of tough it out. So I know one of the things I'm going to bring up, a lot of people get pissed. Like when I bring up not just the whole Black Fatigue issue, but a lot. One of the major issues is that, you know, we have white silence that's happening right now. White silence is a bad thing. You know, if you are a Caucasian and you are silenced and you can't say anything, to me, I think that's detrimental because blacks can then say a lot. I know I'm kind of like beating a dead horse right now. We're going to go into it. I don't want to bring up some files right now that aren't going to show what I want to show. Let's get into it. Hold on. Little bit of a technical difficulty here as I get started. Let's see. I don't want to bring up old stuff. That's what I definitely do not want to bring up is the old stuff. So my relationship with the Crucible is good. Not only is my relationship with the Crucible good, my relationship with Jake Rattlesnake is good. That's like my brother. He's a good person. Not only is he a good person, but I respect him a lot, right? A lot of respect there on that side of the court. And then not to mention this, but I think we have some traitors in our midst when it comes to people that we should not rely on. Well, meaning me, right? I want to steer clear of a lot of, I think, mishaps when it comes to people per se, right? All right, let's get to it. I don't think that this is it, but we're going to bring up this file anyways.
Anyway, so Dusty,
this is not
nowhere because they're pussies.
There's a lot of stuff regarding Dusty yesterday. I do not want to revisit and rehash a lot of that stuff because a lot of that stuff is just, well, stupid. So, okay, let's get to it. I'm just going to jump right to the Black Fatigue stuff. And we're just going to put up what I have on stage. I think I might have deleted some of the good stuff. Well, let's get right to the craziness.
Can you tell me what category of fat I fit in?
So it's based on your shirt size. So if you are a 1 or 2X, you are small fat. 3 to 4X, you are mid fat. 5 to 6X, you are super fat, is based on what level of privilege you have in the world. So someone in a small fat category may not struggle getting on an airplane, but someone in a mid fat or super fat may not be able to use even the airplane extender. So that's where that comes in and like the privilege levels of like what fat means to different people. Level of privilege.
This is crazy. I think that if we're going to be talking about like levels of fat, this is insane. Because here's the thing, though. Nothing says privilege like having the resources to eat enough food for 3 humans a day. And at the time, you're discussing how to victimize yourself. Like, to me, this doesn't really make any sense. I mean, have you guys ever seen the movie Wall-E? That's what this reminds me of. It's strange that gluttony's become a disability. It used to be a sin. Somehow we've done like a role reversal on this whole thing. I mean, calling fitting into an airplane seat a privilege is hilarious. This is what I hear oftentimes right now. I mean, I understand I'm a fitness personality or fitness enthusiast, but I mean, that's the thing though, is I think that if you can fit in a seat now, to me, they're calling that a privilege. How ridiculous is this? Like skinny privilege is now a thing. I don't know. This is very first world nation problems right now. And this is the only thing is like, I thought being marginalized required something about you that you cannot change. Something that's just who you are. Like they just have so many excuses on their end too. You know, it's crazy because as soon as this happened, like I tore my ACL just thinking of the comments that I could just have, like as far as like the comments towards these people that are just gluttonous in nature. I mean, this isn't even a matter of privilege. It's a matter of just rigorous standards and expectations that these people fail to achieve. I mean, these people, if anything, motivate me to stay fit. So I don't know. This is like that. This woman right here is me after a chicken nugget meal. So I don't know. I just think that it's just crazy. I think right now this video comes with a certain scent or a certain smell. I can just smell it automatically. Let me just, I have to see this again. This is ridiculous.
Can you tell me what category of fat I fit in?
So it's based on your shirt size. So if you are a 1 or 2X, you are small fat. 3 to 4X, you are mid fat. 5 to 6X, you are super fat. Is based on what level of privilege you have in the world. So someone in a small fat category may not struggle getting on an airplane, but someone in a mid fat or super fat may.
These people are, I mean, this is caloric privilege. They're misusing the term privilege. Automatically, this is something that they're doing. It's just heinous. It's just hilarious. She could probably be in a wrestling ring and be one of those jobbers. You know, I don't know. I think I missed the memo or something. It's like, are we living in an alternate universe where people don't have gyms or exercise? I mean, going outside and walking is free. It's free all day. You could do this, and it's just using the word privilege is absolutely crazy to use this in this context. It's absolutely not privilege. You know what I'm saying? This is just crazy. To me, I think that the rate of self-deletion is measured in X's these days, because I think that, I mean, looking at her, I think she would need to drink some fat-free water. If they could ever invent such a thing, that would be pretty amazing, right? But alas, we don't have that as an invention, and it won't be a tool. What I'm going to do is I'm going to send a link, because I did promise that I would have like a stream so that way people can come aboard. I know there are people watching right now. You guys are night owls. Let me go ahead and just put the link in the chat. It's there in the chat if you guys want to partake. So I'll leave that there, and we're just going to continue on with this stream right now.
May not be able to use even the airplane extender. So that's where that comes in, and like the privilege levels of like what fat means to different people.
I would love to get married again, but now it seems like men don't want to get married anymore.
Business. Stop playing the victim. Stop. You stop. You stop.
All right, that's it. I'm calling the cops.
Hey.
I'm calling the cops.
This is why men don't want to get married anymore.
It's funny. It's funny. I hate you. Bro, you're a weird too. Like, it's not funny.
Why are men so hesitant to commit to marriage these days?
I don't know. It's funny. I think when I see this, it's almost like a deterrent. I always wonder if people want a wedding and not a marriage these days. And a lot of men will say smart men don't get married, and the worst contract that a man could sign is a marital contract. Although I would lean toward orthodoxy with the 9% divorce rate. I would say that that's preferential to anything else that we have out there right now. It's ridiculous to think that anybody else could agree to anything else. I mean, it doesn't really make any sense for you to agree to a contract that's a secular contract and not a marital contract, because, I mean, you don't want to sign up for something that's a losing war. I mean, seeing how married women act in this, in every facet of life, makes a lot of people not want to get married, especially when it comes to social media and what they see. I mean, talk to people's ex-wives all the time. You'll hear horror stories, but we'll continue.
Stop texting her. I don't understand. understand why. She is the priority here.
I mean, what's a text? Did you see what the text said?
It doesn't matter what it says. You can ignore it.
I can't say happy birthday?
No, you absolutely cannot say happy birthday. Why is that impossible for you to understand?
I mean, I grew up with a girl. It's not that big of a deal.
I don't care. I do not care.
It's
If
absurd.
the person that you're with is asking you not to do something, wouldn't you be like, yes, I love you so much, I'm going to not do that anymore.
Excuse me, bro. You gotta be quiet. We have other customers here, please.
Please mind your business, okay?
Mind my business?
Yes.
Mind my business.
Okay.
I get the authorities. You can mind your business.
Why aren't men getting married anymore?
What?
Do you know what you did?
Yeah, I got paper plates like you asked me to.
We're not wealthy.
Yeah, that's why we're getting paper plates.
You got Dixie brand.
Okay. They were 3 for $15.
That's
They're on sale. I thought I did good.
That's $5 for 44 plates. I normally get like 100 pack for like $3.50.
Okay, they didn't have that at the dollar store.
They have
I did the
plates.
math. Yeah. Dude, that's 11 cents a plate. That's good for Dixie.
You're acting like we hit the lottery, Jason.
Oh my gosh. That
And Bounty too. You just
This guy went and got all the deals and she's still pissed. Like, that's the thing, though. I know a lot of Americans are living right now and they're having to go to the grocery store and they're probably going to say, no, put that packet of chicken breast down. We'll get this one right over here because it's like 33 cents less. Like, I understand a lot of Americans that's really struggling if you're trying to figure out like what brand of paper. Like, I can totally relate. Like, when I was a kid, like my mom wanted to get the knockoff cereal compared to like the regular name brand. So I get it. I totally get it. But right now, like, I guarantee you, like, people are watching this right now. They're going to say this is a nice video and all. But the reality is that, them as men, they're going to say they have everything to lose financially and nothing to gain when a woman decides that they're bored. And then we have no fault divorce, right? A lot of men are saying that they're done with women and they love their peace. That's what secular marriage gives you. It gives you a contract that incentivizes people to break it. I totally get it. And I don't understand outside of Orthodox Christianity. I'm not, doing apologetics here. I'm not saying, oh, I'm just going to leave everything with Orthodox. But I'm just telling you right now, 9% divorce rate. Why would you not lean towards Orthodoxy at this time? But look at this right now. She's complaining about paper plates right now and the brands that they're using. This is crazy. Couples fight all the time, but this right here is just heinous. Like, there are people laughing right now and saying that they're totally done. And I mean, there's people out there saying that they should have stayed with their first marriage if they'd have known that their third and second one would have been really bad. I mean, right now we're seeing examples of this right now in society. Men can be in love, but women can also be in business. Men can get married and women can get a free retirement plan. Like, I can make up all these parables all day long as a secular person, but I'm not secular, by the way. But there's all this, and it would make sense to the regular layman out here, and it's just crazy. But this is what people are signing up for. This is what secular marriage gives you.
going off the deep end.
The way that when men say they don't want to get married,
say those things, and I don't do anything to you that threatens your life. Guess what? You're broken up with me now, right? Stop being this fucking dramatic.
They're fucking filming us. Like, stop.
Hey, what the fuck?
He's literally begging her to stop. He's literally begging her to stop embarrassing them in public. Like, she could have pulled him to the side. And that's one thing, though. If you are in a relationship and you have to pull, like, as men, we have to pull our person aside. This is what a lot of competent men will do. But what I understand, though, is, you know, I'm not saying all women are emotional, but guess what happens, though? A lot of women are emotional and won't pull their man aside. Victor, welcome to the chat. I see. Why is it so hard to find your channel? I tried searching for your channel a few times. It couldn't until it popped up out of nowhere. So I've been having problems with my stream. One of the main problems I've been having with my stream is not just a stream problem, but I'll put my stream up, and I went in Jake Rattlesnake's chat, his Discord, and said I had to put up a double stream. The reason why is because I lost the link. For some reason, StreamYard's been quote unquote tripping or messing up in that regard when it comes to trying to at least find access to my own channel. So for me to even host it, it's just crazy. Not only is this crazy, it's just insane. Outright insanity. I shouldn't have this hard of a time getting back to my own channel, but I know we're probably talking about two different things. Yes, Relentless is totally right about that. So you can try to find On the Edge or type in Marte, or you can type in both. And I guarantee you'll find this. But we're going to lean towards the black fatigue. We're getting closer to it, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to be discussing black fatigue, but actually it's black exhaustion. That's the new term that I'm going to be coining it right now, because we're past that. We're past putting up with BS from the black culture. Yes, people could say, well, you're talking about yourself. Well, how am I lying? I can get into this, and that's what we're going to get into. We're leading right into one of the issues right now, and we're going to discuss this as we see this video.
My engagement photos, I thought I would have some family and friends and my lovely followers here congratulate me and celebrate this new season of life. But what happened is our engagement photos went unexpectedly viral, and we had a huge onslaught of racist comments. We got comments from the black community criticizing Nick for being with a white woman. We got comments from white people and other races saying I was ruining my bloodline, which is absolutely disgusting. And we got tons of comments talking about how I'm going to end up being a single mom, how we're going to get divorced, how this is disgusting. And I guess we just live in a bubble in California, but I never thought that that would be something we would be dealing with our engagement photo announcement. It was starting to take a toll on my mental health. And so I decided to take 2 months off of creating content full time and reevaluate my boundaries with social media. The reason I started creating content in the first place is I didn't see representation of us and our family and our lifestyle. In my mind, it's just the modern day relationship. When I go to the store in the San Francisco Bay Area, I see tons of mixed kids and mixed families, and I wanted to bring more of that to social media. So when I was reflecting on where to go from here and what boundaries to reassess, I am gonna show less of my partner on social media, but we both agree that it's important to continue showing up and having representation, and that the hateful commentary on our engagement post, it is an indicator of a society that is so sick and divided, and our presence here is important and necessary.
It's unfortunate because right now I'm and here's the thing, I'll outright say this. I have a hard time. And when I say a hard time, I'm talking about like with black women. Let me go ahead and kind of navigate my way through this screen real quick and just try to figure this out. It's very interesting the way that I have this set up. So what I mean, I kind of want to like minimize my screen. Let me see if I can do this real quick. Okay, great. I like that backdrop because it's still covering my face. But anyways, getting back to this, I think that the reason why I'm dating wanting to date white women, and I know this is going to be a really racial podcast, a little racist, not racist, but racially, kind of like motivated and driven as far as this. It is, because I have to address this. I think that one of the reasons why, and if you look at the back screen, there's 3 gentlemen besides me in the photo. They're not going to be discussing like race politics to the degree that I am. And one of the reasons why I understand that they're not going to be harping and discussing on it, unless they like dive deep into like one of the TikToks, chats or something like that. I'm literally headlong going into this, and I get into disagreements all the time with black community about this. And they'll tell me, well, you don't like our sisters. You don't like dating black women. The problem with this is, and I'll state this again, is that there's a hyper masculinity problem when it comes to black women. Yes, this is going to sound really racially charged right now, but how is this not the case? When I date white women, there's also a double problematic issue that's happening here, because now when I'm dating a white woman or any black man, he's perceived as the guy that's going to be temporary. Like she's just a temporary fixture in his life, like a novelty, right? And I'm just going to say it because it's like something that nobody ever wants to talk about here. If I'm dating a white woman, it's because I don't want to deal with the problematic issues in the black community. And it's funny because if you see the switcheroo that happens when you see black women date white men, they're submissive and they're very feminine for the most part. You'll see this in society. And then when you see white women date black men, they're submissive. They're really submissive, or they're more likely to be submissive. I don't know why this is. It just exists. But then when you see people date the same sex, meaning like if I'm dating a black woman, oh shit, I got my work cut out for me. I'm going to deal with some masculine behavior. I'm going to deal with the finger snaps, the finger waving, all this other stuff. It's going to be rough, man. It's going to be extremely rough for me to deal with this. Like, and that's something that I don't want to have to deal with, especially when it comes to like dealing with the Black community at large. I don't know why this issue exists, but also if we look at this, like like there's also other concerning issues. Like, you know, if I have and I'll tell Black men this, if you, this is going to sound crazy for me to even say this, but I'll say this to Black men. If you're going to have a baby with a white woman, you're stay with this person, stay with that, because you're going to put this stigma on our community even more of like, now you have a white woman that nobody's going to date because she has a Black kid. I'm just going to say this because it's like the elephant in the room. Nobody wants to say this. If you're a white woman and you have a Black kid, like the odds of a white person dating you is going to be extremely ultra mega scarce. It is. You have a Black child, and I don't care how mixed it is, a white person's going to look at this generally and be like, that's a Black child. And I have to deal with a Black man that's a stepdad. Like, that's the real dad. Like, is he getting out of print? Like, this is the problem, though. Like, this is something that people don't really talk about. Like, because there's like side effects of you dating a Black person should it not work out. And we're talking about social side effects that happen. And this is something that I have to discuss. Nobody wants to touch this topic. Nobody wants to discuss this topic at all, but I will tackle this topic. If you have a baby with a Black man and you're a white woman, you're going to be screwed on the dating market. You definitely are. Very few, unless they're extremely liberal in they're like, you know, somebody that wants to pick up the pieces and be this knight in shining armor. You know what I'm referring to. I don't want to say this because it's super cringe. You're going to date that woman, but damn, it's like she just decreased her chances of dating tenfold because now she had a baby with a Black man. So when I'm going to date white women, I'm going to look at somebody who's going to be a wife, and I better damn well make sure that if we have a baby, I can't leave this person. Because if I do, she can't ever probably date again. I know I'm being hyperbolic, but how is this not mostly the case? It's rough out here. It's extremely rough because I can't, like, Black men, if you're listening, it's rough dating your own people, like Black women. It's extremely rough. You know, I'm probably going to hear you hate your mom. You must hate your own race, all these other things. I'm just stating the obvious here. And the reason why these three men in the background of my photos aren't going to touch this is because they're going to be called racist if they do this. That's why I'm speaking on all of this. You know, it's just crazy. The last thing that we showed was just crazy. I mean, she's getting a lot of ridicule for dating a Black man. But this is something that the Black community has brought upon ourselves. If I could be the accountability in the room talking, that's what's happened.
Content full-time and reevaluate my boundaries with social media. The reason I started creating content in the first place is I didn't see representation of us and our family and our lifestyle. In my mind, it's just the modern day relationship. When I go to the store in the San Francisco Bay Area, I see tons of mixed kids and mixed families, and I wanted to bring more of that to social media. So when I was reflecting on where to go from here and what boundaries to reassess, I am going to show less of my partner on social media, but we both agree that it's important to continue showing up and having representation.
It's hard. It's hard to have representation because you're like a needle in the haystack that could be successful out of the many that are making all of us look bad in the Black community. As far as like the Black culture, Blacks are literally propagandizing ourselves in a negative way because let's say that this was my woman and I had a baby with her. I'm going to be vilified to some degree by society because everybody knows that if I leave her with a child, you know, everybody that's going to date her is like, oh, she's got a Black kid. You know, I don't know if I want to be that kid's stepdad, to be honest. And then I got to deal with a Black man as a dad. Like, there's a lot of this. And I can understand the apprehension when people look at me dating a white woman. If I was dating a white, I'm not dating anybody at this time, but don't want to get too personal. But that's the thing, though. It's like, if I deal with this, I think that I have to have this conversation. And this is a weird conversation to have with a white woman to say, if we're together and we have a baby, You don't want to be in a situation where you have to leave me, and I'm not going to cheat on you, and I'm not going to put you in the situation where I leave you because you're going to be screwed on the dating market. That's the conversation I would have. I don't know anybody else having this conversation. Maybe I'm a madman. Maybe I'm crazy for having this conversation right now, but how is this not true?
And that the hateful commentary on our engagement post, it is an indicator of a society that is so sick and divided, and our presence here is important and necessary.
Yeah, how about that going on? Yeah, that part.
So I had a conversation with Fatty a little while ago on his panel, and I was saying that the reason why a lot of blacks who are conservative leave black communities is because they're leaving black culture because of graffiti, spray painting, decreasing of home property values, things. And this leads to property values decreasing because of crap like this in neighborhoods. And he says it doesn't happen. This is recent, right? This video is recent. Fatty, if you're watching, this is evidence that it's still occurring because gang culture in Los Angeles and other cities, which we already know Los Angeles is not a city you want to live in if you value two-way rights. Matter of fact, they just discontinued Glocks. That's another conversation that we could have. But right now, this is what we're seeing right now. Just degenerate black culture at its finest.
Hold on, we're rolling on here though. Yeah. Maggots. Noodles. Ramps. Big Bassin on chance number 1 though. All of that. Niggas never forget about the too.
A very funny thing, I grew up in a deaf household, and all I learned was sign language. None of this even reminds me of anything close to sign language. And then funny enough, this video is very reflective on my past because my legit biological brothers are Lindo Park Crips. Yes, they're gangbangers. Well, they used to be. I don't know if they're Lindo Park Crips at the same time too. So they're not only using like street sign language, which isn't real American sign language, but they're also gangbangers. So this is very reminiscent on my past.
Free cap.
Trump cutting off food stamps right before Thanksgiving, bad and all, but my people ran out of stores. With the cart full, I bet it's going to be some turkey on my plate. Ham, mashed potatoes, greens, dressing. It's going to, with the cart full.
So that's the thing though. EBT food stamps is getting cut off next month. Black culture is reeling right now. If you are irresponsible and you haven't put the work in, and you have 2 functioning arms and legs, and you're healthy, completely healthy, and you do not want to work, you're really stupid. Because we live in a first world country. You can't use I'm black as an excuse because DEI is a program that literally is racist towards white people. Tell me it's not. Literally racist against white people. DEI doesn't help white people at all, but I mean, we have all these opportunities, and I'm gonna break down like our opportunities as blacks and all these stupid excuses that black community has.
Trump cutting off food stamps right before Thanksgiving, bad and all, but my people ran out of stores. With the cart full, I bet it's going to be some turkey on my plate. Ham.
She's talking about stealing. If anybody can understand what she's saying, she's just talking about stealing. This is just theft, right? How is this not degenerate culture? How is this not inciting more violence? Because if somebody has to stop her and then she says, bet I'm doing this. And she's very masculine, by the way. She's talking about stealing, which takes physicality, which means her having to smuggle food out of the store, against the store's policy, it's just downright bad, right?
Mashed potatoes, greens, dressing. It's going to all be there. Don't worry about it.
I love being a black woman because I don't even look when I cross the road. If you hit me, it's a hate crime.
in Arizona, you would be called a speed bump. Just being honest. Like, if you're not looking both ways, you're going to be a speed bump in Arizona. I'm just telling you right now. Especially because we're a red Republican state right now. Good luck on that. Look, you don't have any privilege saying that. At best, maybe you have privilege because you're a woman and people want to be kind of more civil towards women than men. But that's just outlandish. That's she's expressing and flexing her female privilege right now.
I'll be there. Don't worry about it.
I love being a black woman because I don't even look when I cross the road. If you hit me, it's a hate crime.
See, automatically we're just going to be victim status. This is the dumbest. This is so dumb. We're just going to be victim status no matter what. Automatically, you're going to carry victim ID from goalpost to goalpost. How retarded is this? So dumb that Trump's getting the blame, and in reality, the shutdown is Democrat yes, it is. It is totally manufactured. They literally want to line their pockets and create a fear fiasco so that way they can justify this behavior right now of so-called privilege to say all these other things. Now, picture if a white person had said this. Yeah, I'm so happy to be a white person. I dare somebody to hit me. It'll be a hate crime. This is just the most ignorant rhetoric. Like literally stupid.
So you better fucking swerve, bro.
Think I'm the shit, bitch. I know it, ho. Jesus walked on water.
Oh my God, my eyes hurt. My eyes hurt right now. What change was this? I feel like it kind of got worse. Like it went from one version of worse to another version of worse. Is this? I don't even think this is a different woman. I think these are two different women where I got these clips from.
Look when I cross the road. If you hit me, it's a hate crime. So you better fucking swerve, bro.
Think I'm the shit, bitch. I know it, ho. Jesus walked on water. I got ice boiling, though.
Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, what kind of shape is this? Can you guys tell me what shape this is? This is just wild. I don't know what shape you would call this. Can anybody tell me what shape this? This is crazy. I mean, so all right, we're gonna play the video. I did take the audio out, and the reason why I took it out is because I didn't want to get a copyright strike off of this. Crazy. I knocked my knees back straight to the idea of just thinking about what to say about this. I think she put her legs on the wrong foot.
But
hold on, let's get back to this. That's crazy. Look at her legs. I think IKEA assembled this black woman. She's like walking in cursive, I think. Is that what she's doing? She's walking in cursive. This is crazy. I mean, the confidence is unreal here. Hold on real quick. Let me watch this. This is just crazy. All right, the Delulu right here is crazy
if
too.
You hit me, it's a hate crime. So you better fucking swerve, bro.
Think I'm the shit, bitch. I know it, ho. Jesus walked on water. I got ice boiling, though.
She got flamingo legs. She got legs like a flamingo. I mean, this is crazy. That's just insane. There's no way. Even the legs are jiggling. How do you achieve this kind of build? I don't know what kind of... my knees hurt looking at this. I don't know. I mean, the choreography here is rare. I'm just going to say that. The choreography is rare. This is insane. This is crazy. This is... All right, I'm just going to watch the rest of this. Crazy. Her knees are carrying this full load. Look at where her knees are at right now, and look at the load she's carrying. I mean, I remember as a kid playing with Mr. Potato Head with the tiny legs. This reminds me of that. This is just crazy. This is what happens when your sister marries her cousin. This is exactly what happens when you have like inbreeding happen. This is like the Lego towers that somebody's son built, where there's no stability at all. I mean, the knees are about to confess to a crime that they didn't even commit. This is just nonsense. That's just crazy
But-
how cleaning that up.
This forehead, man, this forehead. But I want somebody to say something. I want somebody. I'll headbutt your motherfucking ass.
Girl, what the? This is crazy. I don't know what's going on, but this is just insane. I mean, her forehead, there was, oh God, there's so much I can say about this. This is just insanity. This is black culture. Is black culture at all? It's not attractive. This is horrific. There's a lot that I'm going to dive into, and a lot of it is about black culture, not just the culture at large. But we're going to. I'm actually going to share a screen real quick. I had to wait for a little bit to bring it up because a lot of this right here was just. Hold on. Let's get back to this. Oh, we got AJ to the stage. What's up, AJ? How you doing, man?
Champ. It's the champ. Hey, congratulations,
What's up,
man, on your
man?
1,000.
I only got to 1,000.
1,000 subs,
Yeah.
man. Hey, congrats. You know?
I know, man. I'm a rookie, man. I'm a noob. You're like the guy that's been like a Jedi master at this, man. I'm just starting, man. So.
But hey, man, you're out in the debate space. I think that once again with you just need to make your landing space, because you do appearances all around on other platforms. You just need to consolidate it all here. You understand?
Yeah, I need to consolidate here, but it's just crazy.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
I
a lot.
understand what you do on your channel is something I'm kind of doing right now. Of course, I'm a bit disorganized right now, but I finally got it, getting the hang of things.
It's tough, man. But once you get in the groove, you know, I think you really start to take off. But yeah, man, I saw that debate you did last night. I don't know how you do it, man. I don't like these knuckleheads that
Which debate? Which you mean the panel or what?
The panel, like the 6-hour stream that you were on yesterday or the day before.
Because I love. So here's the thing. I will say this though, AJ. If there's a person that's an idiot, or if you call, like, as you call them, dunderheads.
Yeah.
So what I do is I take them in their idiot ideology and they'll talk about it, right?
Yeah.
And then I'll let them talk and they'll give me enough rope to where they hang themselves or they hand me a weapon to where they end up being implicit in their own destruction. And what I do is I end up taking this apart and asking them questions and they end up imploding. They do it every time. Ryan is one person that does this, radical coder, amongst a lot of other people that do this. I mean, they're little, the feminists are notorious for doing this. So.
Yeah. I don't know, like that whole group of people. That one guy, he used to call himself like Flow State or whatever. He just ad hominems and that passive aggressive, just or just outright aggressiveness. Just what? You're just a big baby, bro. You're a big baby, bro. It's like, what are you talking about? Like,
right.
What are you doing? And I think I was saying this on Rob Nor's. Nor is this, you say his name?
Yeah, Rob Nor. Yep.
Yeah. I was saying this on his stream, like that whole panel verse should be lucky that you, Rob, Andrew Wilson, Rachel were even like coming over into their space. Period. Like the lack of awareness on their part is just mind blowing, right? Like especially with like Rob and Andrew Wilson. You don't shoot the golden goose. You know what I'm saying? You don't bite the hand that feeds you. You know what I'm saying? Dude, she lost almost 3,000 subs in like 2 days.
She down to 16K right now. It's just crazy.
What are you doing? And here's the thing. 16K. Guys like you and Rob and Andrew Wilson are not easily.
We're not everywhere.
No. I mean, Andrew's not the type. It takes a lot for him to look at a person and be like, okay, I see how it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Andrew's not the type to go there fast. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I see the whole situation as, once again, my brother went on Sarah's panel months ago, and they were trying to talk to anyone who was red pill. And my brother was up there just talking about like red pill talking points, calm, making arguments, and that flow state guy was, and some transformer were just like out and out being hostile. Oh, you're stupid, you're dumb, you're a coward. He's like, I haven't insulted any of you guys. What are you insulting me for? Whoa. What are you in your feelings, bro? What are you can't. So then he ended up just saying, you know what, you guys are stupid, and just bowing out of the panel, But how are you going to ask for someone to talk about the red pill and then completely just no respect, no decorum, no moderation, no nothing, just allowing people to just out and out cuss people, say no decorum at all. It doesn't make any sense,
Yeah.
And
Yep.
I think that this is an opportunity, especially for you, and we should talk offline, because maybe if you help with any type of system of clipping and posting, you know what I'm saying? Because you do enough appearances where all you need to do for daily content is clip your appearances and then just put 15-minute videos out of you making an argument. That's all
for sure.
Marte, that's all you need to do. And then this live stream that you're doing now, clip it up. You should have two or three clips ready for tomorrow and the day after, because that'll trigger the algorithm. And then
Sounds
from
good.
those,
I can probably work on that.
And then
I like these ideas.
Yes,
these are good ideas.
Yeah, let's try and talk offline. You have your email and your I think I'll hit you up on Twitter.
I can just hit you up on X. That works.
Yeah. And what I can do is we can talk about a system where because you can monetize what you're already doing now to get the algorithm going, and then do some shorts. You know what I'm saying? And then you should grow pretty quick. And hey, Relentless X, love your channel, bro. Love your channel, dude.
Hey,
you know what I mean?
Hold on. I do have to make an announcement. I just made you a mod, AJ.
Thanks, man.
You and Relentless are going to be the only mods on my channel.
Perfect.
I was recently asked by a woman, and here's the thing. She asked to be a mod. I'm going to be extremely hesitant and vet triple the time to see if a woman should be a moderator on my channel. Because here's the thing, though. Andrew has this kind of a vet system where he's really kind of I would say not suspicious, but leery of having a woman working with her as a content creator, let alone anything else.
Sure.
And look what happened with Sarah. Look what happened with me and Roma, Andrew and Roma. It's just really bad out here. It's rife with abuse when it comes to women and ulterior motives out here. So
yeah, cool, man. But yeah, I think that you can use you're really, really good at what you do. I just think that once again, your visibility is at an all-time high. You have a unique name. Marte is a unique name. People, when someone says Marte, they know who you know who you are, right? There's not another Marte. Once again, it's just people are gonna try and find you, and they need to have a place to actually land and see what you're about. You know what I'm saying? So I think that this is gonna be your way to actually springboard, because 1,000 subs is hard to do. That's what people don't understand. There's people who've been making videos for 15 years that only have 100 subs. You know what I'm saying? So 1,000 subs. True. I think that YouTube does that on purpose. I honestly do. That they make your first 1,000 subs Herculean just to see how serious you are. So, but here, Marte,
I agree.
Give a quick summary of the Sarah situation. I know that you've probably talked about it enough, but now that you've had time to think, now that things have settled down, what in the world? Why would you burn a bridge like that? Do you think she's just a woman who doesn't think? What?
So I'll give you my take on this, AJ, and this is my supreme take. And this is the take of all takes when it comes to me. This isn't me speaking up for Andrew. This isn't me speaking up for Rob. I understand Jake's in my background picture. Jake has no involvement in this. Good thing, because I don't think that Jake knows anything about these idiots I think Flo and all these other people, because I don't know if you saw the stream yesterday. Me and Flo got into it. I don't like him that much, to be honest. I don't know if you could tell, But I also got into it with a girl named Beth, and I also don't like Ryan Radical Coder. These people I do not like, man.
Yeah.
I don't trust these people at all. They're backstabbing. Like, I'm not saying I could speak to the Beth situation a little bit differently. I put her at 20 feet away from me, just like any other woman, because during the stream last, I know I'm kind of deviating from the topic a little bit, but I have to say this because they were saying, well, you don't have female friends. No, I don't believe in female friends unless you're my wife or girlfriend or something like that.
Facts.
You have no authorization to have that much access to me in my life unless you're a guy, because I can fight a guy. I'm not supposed to fight women, because if you cross me any kind of way, now all of a sudden it's like a sex crime. Like, I put hands on a woman. I can put hands on guys all day if they wrong me, but if you wrong me, there's nothing I can do because society will hold me to account. That's why I don't have female friends, because you're a liability. But anyways, back to this. The problem with this whole situation is, if I think about this, is like, AJ, the reason why I'm parting ways with Sarah's channel and the reason why I won't do any debates on her channel in the foreseeable future is because I'm taking my friend's side. My friend, meaning Andrew Wilson. Here's the thing, AJ. Andrew could be wrong. Rob could be totally wrong. He could be like the person who started everything. Let's say it was his fault. Let's just grant this whole argument, saying that Rob initiated it and Sarah's cope stream is really just it's his fault. And let's say that she was in the right. I'd still choose their side, because he's my friend first, to be honest. Like, I'm biased as hell. I don't care, man. If I'm going to choose sides and you had to ask me whether or not somebody was wrong or right, I'm choosing the men in this situation.
Facts. Yeah.
Like, I have more time invested with my friendship with Andrew in them than I do with Sarah. To be honest, Sarah was supposed to be a neutral moderator. If I'm going to impart some kind of opinion on this, she was supposed to be neutral. But it doesn't look neutral if you're in Dusty's chat, who would be our opposition in any fucking debate. I'm not teaming up with that guy for any kind of ideological discussion. And you're going to be in his chat talking shit about Rob, or kind of like people are being sent. And I'm not saying she sent people. I don't know if she did or didn't, but I noticed that people are running from her chat to Rob's chat talking shit.
Yeah.
And then now she's like saying that it's all his fault and doing all this. And then also, Dusty had a chat saying that he's going cuck hunting, had a picture of Andrew Wilson. Matter of fact, let's bring this up to the screen. I don't know if you saw that photo, but it's just the most stupid photo. And I think it's ridiculous. I mean, I shouldn't really bring this up again, but this is just retarded max, right? Here you go, right here. So he said, well, what's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with this. Yeah, there's a lot wrong with this.
Yeah.
If you're calling my friend a cuck, you like, this is war. To be honest, it's war.
Yeah.
Because I go like, so AJ, I'll ask you a question. If somebody slaps you, you would be pissed, right?
Yep. Yes.
Okay, now let me flip this question a little bit. Let's say somebody slapped one of your best friends that you care about or wronged them. You'd probably be a little bit more mad, right?
Yeah.
Right. For some reason, when men get assaulted or they get attacked or something like that, we go harder for our friends than we do ourselves, because we'd be like, you know what, I'm in control. I don't feel like fighting, or maybe it's not worth it. We could, turn the other cheek a little bit when it's us sometimes. But when it comes to our friend and sticking up for our friends, men are a little bit wired differently, because we'll roast each other all day long, but you'll never find women talking shit to each other and roasting each other, because they don't have that kind of bond or kinship. My kinship and bond that I have with Andrew is a little bit different, because I consider him family. I don't consider Sarah family. She has her own clique, her own panelverse, whatever the fuck this shit is, like whatever the hell this panelverse is. I don't really care.
Yeah.
Because when it comes to the Crucible, my family is that, and that's it. I'm just so hopefully that kind of makes things a little bit more concise. That's my position.
On the topic, I always say on my channel that when I bought my house, because I used to live in TC, and it was just getting bad, Marte. People stealing, our Walgreens shut down because of theft. The gas station guy got shot and killed by Nug. It was nuts.
Oh, that's crazy.
It was nuts. My girl's car had the catalytic converter stolen, and so many of them had got stolen in the area that her car was in the shop for 3 months. No, 4 months.
Oh,
she got the rental car.
The
What's that?
usual suspects?
Yeah. She got the rental car and they stole the rental car.
Oh, hell
We
no.
called the cops. The cops like, yeah, it happens. The county near us had to have a curfew. It's one of the most predominantly black counties. Prince George's County had to have a curfew for people under the age of 18. I said that when I bought my house, I drove around to make sure that the majority of people don't look like me.
Yeah, I agree. You're so right about that.
So there was no 88 Impalas on 24-inch rims. You know what I'm saying?
AJ, I had to up, the little thing scrolling at the bottom of my screen. I had to update it to Black Exhaustion in 2025 is a reality because we're no longer at fatigue. We passed fatigue. Now we're at exhaustion, in my opinion. Do you agree with that statement or not?
And here's the thing, guys. White people have had it. There was a thing today where this one McDonald's manager, this Glocktavia was like, motherfucker, and he's like, go back to the ghetto and get out of my store, dude. I'm telling you, the white people are they're not there. A lot of them aren't having it anymore. You know what I'm saying? You can't expect these people, especially young Gen Z men. There was this. Did you ever see the woke kind of overweight person that's like a Democrat, but the Axe had one of the most based takes there was, who said you had a whole group of young white dudes that were 14 to 19 during the cough. So they were locked down, and all they saw on the internet, because they couldn't leave the house, is white men bad, white people bad, cisgender bad, you're evil. So now these kids are 20 to 26, and they don't care. You can call them a SMOTC or call them a YT supremacist or whatever. They don't care. I say this. The two most important questions, the two bells that can't be unrung, right? When men started looking around and saying, what am I getting out of contributing to society? What am I getting out of this? And Democrats, women, they can't articulate an answer. They can't.
All bad.
And then the other thing is, you can't talk about insert group. You can't talk about gay people. And they're like, or else what? What are you going to do about it? Uh-oh.
All bad. So
what are you going to do about it?
But that's my problem, though, is my biggest problem with this community is because we have white silence. Whites can't talk about this. So if you look at this, matter of fact, I'm going to bring this up again real quick. Hold on real quick. So if you look at my screen, you know these three gentlemen, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So these three gentlemen that I have on my screen, here's the thing that I will say, they can't talk about and the reason why I could talk about this is obvious, right?
Yeah.
Because if they address these issues, they're going to be called racist. Whereas me, it's, I must hate my kind, I must hate my mama, all this other stuff. But there needs to be somebody talking about this. But the reason why I'm having this stream isn't just because I'm doing a 1K celebration. I have to address the Black Exhaustion. So I had a bunch of clips that I'm going to address. I'm addressing the DL Hughley, going to bat for degenerate black culture, it's just stupid. But I got everything lined up, and that's the thing. It's just ridiculous.
There's a really cool clip that you might want to react to. It's a Jubilee clip of conservative black women versus liberal white women. It just happened. Now you got to be careful because Jubilee will they copyright, so you might want to react to it on times 1.5, obviously. But it's very, 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 very interesting how you have these knuckleheaded white chicks. I call it woke-splaining. They try and woke-splain oppression to us. You know what I'm saying? Have you ever had a white chick, Marte? Well, you don't understand about the black experiences.
Yeah, these white chicks are stupid, and the reason I'll say this is because they're the same women that'll tell you to hate white people themselves. So, but here, AJ, I got a question though. I'm curious about this because I don't know if you know this, but I had to go to Jubilee to debate.
Yes, I saw that. When is your episode gonna drop, or the time you're on there gonna drop?
I don't know, but that gives me a question that I want to ask. Do you think that they'll copy strike my own, like my own video of myself in the episode? Like, I'm wondering if they'll demonize me for looking at my own content and criticizing my own debate. That's crazy.
I would email them and ask if you can use your segment.
Yeah, it's my likeness.
Also, but YouTube does it automated. So there's ways to do it that I can talk to you offline, because I've managed to do like CNN and other things too. So there's ways to do it. I'll talk to you offline, and you can find a way to do it. Okay. But man, is that Fatty in the chat?
Hey, what's up, Fatty? You know what? But so I will say this about Fatty.
Until Fatty showed up.
I don't have any outright beef towards Fatty. I will say this: Fatty's not catching strays when it comes to like this whole thing. Because here's the thing, though: when it came to Roma, Rachel Wilson caught strays because Rachel was in the comment section, basically saying, "I don't believe that she's a real MRA because she has these transformer ideologies that conflict with that." Do you understand how contradictory that can be? So here's the problem with this. Rachel caught strays, and then that's how the Wilsons got involved with that. And she had this really disgusting rhetoric of dog collar, leash stuff, and all that. You probably saw the whole thing. Well, Fatty never got involved with the whole Sarah Tomato thing or any, so he's not catching any strays. Fatty's actually in the clear. He's not on my beef list. Anybody could easily be on my beef list, like Dusty, the whole, and all these other people. I obviously, I don't know if you saw the stream last night. Me and Dusty were kind of going at it, because I don't trust him, man. I don't trust the guy at all. There's a lot that I don't trust on that side.
He's like a shock jock. You know what I'm saying? He just says stuff just to say it. You people like Fatty, where Fatty, there is a lot of drama on your channel, but there are good conversations that are had. That's why his platform grows, right? It's because you could tell that Fatty, Andrew Wilson, have good intentions, right? But people who have bad intentions, their platforms don't grow. They just don't.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I don't attack. I don't drama farm. And the reason why I'm doing this about the Black community, because people can accuse me of being drama farming. No, I'm not. If we don't have shame and stigma on the Black community, all we're doing is normalizing things and trying to make things normative. And here's the thing, AJ, if you're saying that things need to become normative, it's because it wasn't normal in the first place.
Yeah.
I have a big issue and contention with this. And I think if Black people, so here's the thing, AJ, I'll say this too, and this needs to be said. If white people can't talk about degenerate Black culture because they'll be deemed racist, and Mexicans can't because that's not their people, and then when Blacks speak up about this, you hate your mom and hate your race and all this other shit, it's like, then who can talk about Black culture and hold them accountable? Then nobody can. So you mean to say that Black culture is above any criticism and comments and anything else? No judgment. This is ridiculous to me. This is crazy.
Here's the thing, is this. We've done this revisionist history, and it's so you look at weight. Black women haven't always been fat. The average woman in America was 125 pounds in 1960. Okay, the average woman in Africa, you don't see big broads. You go to Zimbabwe, Zaire, Ethiopia, you don't see no big ones. But they've rewrote history. They're so against accountability that they're trying to say that historically B-dubs have been 500 pounds. Black people,
that's crazy,
have known, we know how to do things right. In the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, your Harlem Renaissance, all these things, Black communities were just like Chinatown. They might have not been as affluent or had the wealth, but they were stable, productive places where all the faces were Black, but the dentists were Black, the business owners were Black. There was no crime. You could leave your door open. You know what I'm saying? There was community, family, church. They're like shame. You know what I'm saying? And now we've gone away from that to the point to where people. Okay, I was trying to talk to my nephew because I was showing him how back in the day, like even on an airplane, people wore suits in the airport. Men didn't leave the house looking like crap. They wore suits to the doctor. They wore suits on the airplane. Women couldn't even wear pants. They wore skirts. They would wear like a little short type thing in gym class, obviously, But people didn't leave the house looking like trash. My nephew always wears sweatpants. He wears like a sweatshirt. I'm like, you roll out of bed wearing the same thing that you wear. His girlfriend wears the little pajama pants. I'm like, when do you guys ever dress up for anything? I said, back in the day, you couldn't be 19 without having have a suit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's
Eagle.
so. But AJ, that doesn't even hit at the heart of the matter. And I'm about to go in right now. So I don't care if there are black people here that are gonna tell me that I'm not a real black African like this. I don't care. My mama's black, my dad's black, so I don't really care. But I'm about to go off right now, real quick. Just give me 2 minutes. But here's the thing, though: black stigma needs to be negative stigma needs to be put on the black community again.
Yep.
And this is the reason why. And I'll say this right now. So the mechanisms, AJ, of social norms and shame as a deterrent have to be evolutionary social tools that enforce group norms by raising social costs of deviant behavior. Absent any of this, we have black communities running amok, AJ. And any community, this is like including black communities, behaviors like rampant single motherhood, currently 72% of black children born out of wedlock. And this is from like the CDC. We have glorification of gang culture, which I did show in a clip of people spray painting, and Fatty was like, people don't spray paint or graffiti anymore. This recently just happened. I just showed a clip. So we have anti-intellectualism in the black community. They're literally promoting the fact that they're creating new languages that aren't really a part of the English language. It's just dummy language. Matter of fact, they demonize you for becoming smart because they'll tell you, AJ, you're acting white because you use proper grammar.
My whole life. Yeah.
Right. And then here's the other problem too. There's a stigma correlating with lower academic performances. And here's the thing, it's becoming normalized when there's no countervailing pressure. This is the thing that's missing. Social media amplifies this reward by having viral bad behavior. This is like TikTok and everything else. Think about it, AJ. Twerking, fights, crime, boasting, getting millions of views, while positive acts like stable families, The Cosby Show used to be on TV. We don't have that anymore. That actually gets minimal engagement. So real quick, I'm going to end this real quick.
Yeah, sorry.
We're imposing shame via public callouts, memes. Stigma reverses the incentivization structure of this. This is why I'm having this podcast right now. This makes negative behavior socially expensive and less normative. Evidence is from historical outlets and myriad of examples I can tell you right now. This is why I have this. So before any black person comes for me and says, Marte, you hate your kind, you must hate your mom up in heaven. My mom died, by the way. But anyways, you must hate your mom or any of this. I can bring them back to my whole stance of why I hate black culture, not people. I hate the culture because you can't point to anything that incentivizes nuclear families or not deleting your babies or anything like that right now.
Yeah.
It's just going downhill, and I have to speak on this. Go ahead.
Well, I can tell you saw the whole Terrence Crawford Canelo fight, right?
Yeah, with the reversal, deleting of the footage and all that stuff, or what?
Did you see the picture of Bud Crawford, his wife, and he has 7 kids?
I haven't seen that though.
They were clowning him. Yo, he's been with his girl since they were 17 years old. They've been married for 15 years. It's 20 years or whatever. He's a family man. He's the greatest boxer on earth right now. He's married to a black woman. They got 7 kids. She's pregnant again. And they were trying to clown him oh, his wife is fat. She has 7 kids, for crying out. He is what you would consider black quote unquote excellence.
They're demonizing nuclear families and families that are intact. I do want to say this, Lady Christ. Hey man, I love the message. That's great. Just understand with recent events, I have to just be able to vet moderation or my moderators. And it's nothing against you. It's not a slight against you. Matter of fact, if it was Sarah or anybody else, I'd be ultra filtering for who I allow my space. You're welcome anytime. Matter of fact, I love your name. Your name's amazing. It's great. But just understand in my position, just like in Andrews and anybody else's, this is just a process of me having to vet people, and I vet females, and it should go the other way. If you're a woman and you have moderators on your channel, you should double moderate or double filter or double vet the men that you have as moderators, because when it comes to the opposite sex, especially if you're married, you shouldn't trust me as readily as I shouldn't trust you, especially if I'm married or you're married, anything like this. I think that because I don't believe that, men and women can be friends. I honestly don't believe this. AJ, do you believe that's possible? Or
no, I don't think men and women can be friends because it's an unequal exchange.
Right. But it's not I just want to say it's not a slight against you. Yeah. I believe you can be an amazing moderator. Just give me time, okay? That's all I'm saying.
Well, Andrew and Marte are friends. Andrew knows that if Marte needs anything, I mean, Marte knows that if he needs anything, Andrew will come. He needs to help fix his car, move a shelf, something
Right
He'll do
away.
it.
Yep.
A woman will call on a man who's her friend to give her the benefits that a boyfriend or a husband should give, and the man gets nothing in return. That's my issue.
Yeah.
My dad never had any female friends, and my mom never had any female friends. My granddad sure as hell didn't have any female friends. They had married friends. Obviously, were like, you know, my dad and my mom, and then their friends who were married. My dad's friend and his wife, they would hang out. But you would never see my dad just hanging out with some random chick. That's not how it works, and that's not how it should work.
Yeah, I agree. And that's the thing, though. I mean, but getting back to this race thing. So here's the thing, AJ, I did say this is something that nobody wants to talk about. I brought this up at the beginning of the stream, and I'm probably going to get so much hate and flack, and it's probably going to get clipped out of context. I don't really care, AJ, but I'll say this right now. I date white women. I don't want to date black B-dubs, as you say, black women. And the reason why I don't want to do that is because a lot of them are overtly masculine, but there's a cost involved in this, AJ. And this is what I'm getting to. The problem with this is if you're going to date a white woman as a black man and you have a child, you better stay with that woman. Because here's the reason why I say this. Because a white woman with a black kid, she's in the dating market, she's undateable nearly. Nobody's going to want to date her because she's got a black kid.
Marte, do you know who Tom Likas is?
I've heard his name before.
Okay.
I feel like
I'm going to find the show and I'll send it to you so you can react to it. He had a call-in show where he asked white guys, would you date a white woman who you know has been with a black guy? And all these white dudes they were being honest.
Nope.
They were saying, no, hell no. You guys, look,
nope.
What am I going to do? Get mad at that? Look, hey, it is what it is. At least they're being honest. White women need to understand that if you are with a black dude, fine. But if you have his kid, you're cooked. Or if you advertise that you've been with a black guy, you're cooked. Now, I'm allergic to B-dubs. I avoid them like the plague.
Oh, you too?
You know what I'm saying?
You too? You got the B-dub allergies too?
You know what I'm saying? Dude, I'm telling you. And all these people I always say that you can Thanos snap like 98, 99% of all American B-dubs away, and the world will honestly be a much better place. Because a lot of the fatigue comes from them. A lot of the fatigue honestly comes from B-dubs. Because Nug might, shoot up one place in the hood. But B-dubs are in HR, they're at Popeyes starting fights, they're in the movie theater acting stupid. You know what I'm saying? They're just all over though. With behavior-wise, because I react to like a lot of body cam stuff. You'll see Nug gets out of the car and says, all right, officer, puts his hands. But Keisha's like, you know what I'm saying? But I don't deal with them because B-dubs will cost you your sanity, your money, your freedom, or your life. And no other man has to deal with. Why is it? How tall are you?
I'm 5'5", 5'6" on a good day.
But you're
Let's be honest.
You're a big guy. I'm a big guy.
I'm like 230 pounds, man. So
why is it that Chen Wu, 5'2" Chinese man, doesn't have to worry about his girl getting up in his face and trying to fight him? Jorge doesn't have to. Ahmed doesn't have to. But you can be 6'6" Malik, 300 pounds. And Keisha's going to be up in your face trying to fight you. No other man has to deal with the foolishness that black men have to. And that's why I don't even look at them, dude. I just don't. So
yeah, it's crazy, man.
Fatty's in the house. What's up, man?
What's up, Fatty? Fatty don't wake him up. I mean, as usual.
No, Marte, I just because I'm working at 6 a.m. and I'm actually on the phone. I'm not on
you got the bonnet on. That's what's going on.
I never pull up, so I decided to pull up for like 5 or 10 minutes. So congratulate you on 1K, and to make sure, and to make sure that I fight you a little bit.
That's good. Look, it's nothing personal, Fatty. Anytime I ever try to push back a little bit, but I do understand that there has to be some kind of entertainment. I'm not like a public offender where I'm genuinely a feminist, which is dumb. I'll fight that guy to the end of time. But with you, I understand that there's like an entertainment aspect out. You're like, I'm probably being too transparent here. But here's like, let's be real here. It's like I said, it's nothing personal with you. It's entertainment, but I also like seeing where your head's at and your ideology.
I'm conducting business marketing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think you understand that people might actually call me messy and all, but when it comes to business, it's probably
your
one
sound
of
is
the
acting up, dude. You're kind of working out a little bit.
Let me change my.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me a second. Let me change my phone.
Yeah. Put on the black bonnet this time. Maybe that's
yeah.
Switch it up.
Let me go from the $2,000 phone to the $1,700 phone. That one is better.
Get the spatula, bro. Like it's spatula.
Yeah. And here's the thing, I was laughing because I was saying that the fact that Carlton was the comedy part of Fresh Prince always made me realize how cooked we actually were, right? Why did everyone think?
Yeah, that's true. Well,
so
no. What about Braxton P. Hartnebrig? He made us cook too.
Yeah, that's true. And then you look at how like Thomas Sowell. How is Thomas Sowell not like a huge? Most of people don't even know who he is. Why is Thomas Sowell not popular? Put that dunderhead Cornel West, who's looked like a homeless person for the last 30 years. You know
he got destroyed by Andrew.
Oh, he crashed out. Oh,
yeah.
I reacted to that. That guy, he just drives me nuts, But until we actually there was a video that Glorilla did where I guess she had like a G-Wagon, like a brand new G-Wagon. And she did the valet parking at a hotel. She comes down to the valet, and she's got a bonnet on, pajama pants, and like a wife beater. And he's like, "I want my car." And the guy's like, "This isn't your car." It's like, "You're racist." I wouldn't give her the keys either. Well, you're trying to tell me this is a $200,000 car? And she walks up, huh?
Well, go ahead.
And she walks up wearing a bonnet, flip flops, and pajama pants. I'm not handing the keys. That would be like Cletus coming up with a Confederate flag wife beater and a mullet. I'm not giving that to him either. You know what I'm saying?
And that's the contradiction and the clear racism, because all people say about these Bill Gates and Mark Zuckerbergs and all these billionaires is that they dress simple. They get a white t-shirt. No. Sorry, I didn't interrupt you. If your overall fit costs $25, your shirt is $5, your cargo shorts, like you dress on flip-flops and all that, which is a signal, like you literally up off bed, got a t-shirt, some shorts, and some flip-flops, and you get your $200,000 car. I would believe once again that if the black counterpart is not getting that, respectfully, is because of their race. Because a bonnet, you have to use a bonnet to protect your hair.
No, I just said a white person with a mullet. I just said a white person with a mullet and a Confederate flag wife beater couldn't get it either. I was equal. So I'm not racist.
And that's racist too, because you are. That's
classist, but it's not racist.
You know why but that's the thing, right? And this is what we're talking about. Like, it's regular for a woman to wear a bonnet. You know why they wear a bonnet? Like, there's a reason for them to wear a bonnet. It's because when they go to sleep, they have to protect their hair. Like, if you're going outside and you are not getting, like, you wouldn't give Britney Spears or whatever, the crazy woman of the white woman of the year, like, you wouldn't give her the keys of the car if she was dressing like she got out of bed. Like, what does that mean?
No. If
Fatty, why do you wear a bonnet?
Yeah.
Because
why do you wear a bonnet? I'm just curious.
Because it's theatrical. It's the same way I wear a spatula when I have a.
No, but here's the thing. My opinion on bonnets, because I'm 44 years old, right? And my mom's from the South. My mom grew up in the Jim Crow South. She was, colored water fountain. She's old school, right? My mom thinks that the bonnets are the dumbest thing she's ever seen. She can't stand it.
What if he was a do-rag?
Because she doesn't like those either. Because when
so how do you protect your hair?
Okay, can I finish?
My mom. You're telling a story. I want to talk with you. How do you protect your hair? Like what?
My mom never needed to protect her hair. She had it done every time she left the house. My mom was taught that when you leave the house, can I finish?
No, it's because you're telling me a story. I don't want to care. I don't care about your story.
Listen.
If I have cornrows or I have locks, I have like I did my white woman hair, and now my hair is all nice and all that, right? And I want to protect it because I go to sleep. Like, how do I protect my hair? How do I do it?
But why do you leave the house with the protection on? Don't you want to show your cornrows?
No, sometimes I'm just the same way. Sometimes I just go casual. I don't brush my hair. I just put the cap on and I just leave. That's the power of being a man. I put my cap on. I know I'm going to cover my hair because nobody needs to see my nappy hair that is not kept. And I go to the store. I get on my car and I come back and everything is good. What's the problem with
this, Fatty? I'm jealous because you still have hair. Because my hairline's been in retreat since I'm like 25. So I've been shaving it off. I've been doing the Michael Jordan ever since. So I can't comment on that. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is that we use culturally, Blacks went from leaving the house looking our best, knowing that we were the representation of our family and our neighborhood, our church, our social group. So my parents to this day never leave the house looking like this rolled out of bed. So that's the way I was raised, right?
But that's my point, brother. Everybody does that. Remember when you said that people used to go and dress well, like they used to go on suits and ties when they used to go to the airport. I'm actually on the age where, like when I was younger and I would travel, it would be like that. It's not just that Black people decided not to do that. Everybody now travels on flip-flops and shorts, like the most casual possible, because they want to be convenient. This is just the evolution of things. It's not a fancy thing anymore. It's not like something for the middle class. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is that okay. You can dress how you want to dress, but that doesn't mean that people aren't going to see you a certain way. I'm not saying it's right or it's wrong, but people will see you certain ways. That's all I'm saying. And look, I get judged all the time. I'm 6'3", 250 Black. I'll be in stores. People follow me around, whatever, fine. It is what it is, right? But I don't go out of my way. To give myself more struggles. You know what I'm saying? I'm already tall. I'm already Black. I don't have tattoos on my face. I don't have anything else to where it could make my life more difficult. Okay? What I don't understand, and I look at my nephew because he's 20. He was never taught to read the room, right? So like he was at a wedding and he didn't realize that he was supposed to wear like a suit. So he looked out of place. He's like, everyone's staring at me because you should know that in that environment, it's not up to what your comfort level is. It's what the situation requires. And I think that in our community, we don't know how to read the room and adjust to what the situation is. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're going to be a lawyer and you're Black, there's a guy, he's older than me. He was 58. And he was arguing with me about, he's one of the only Black attorneys at my job. Arguing about why he couldn't wear his J's with his suit. You're a Black lawyer. You're the only Black male lawyer there. All the other dudes got Italian shoes and nice shoes, and you want to wear your Jordans? Why?
Yes, but let me see if I get this right. Right? Let me see if I get this right. Is this like the casual day, or is this like the regular day-to-day basis?
It was the everyday. There's
no
casual days where I work.
So did he went to the job in Jordan or just complain about it?
He asked if he could, and they said that they have a dress code.
And he stick with the dress code, right?
Yes. But we were talking, but we were arguing, and he was like, oh man, that ain't right, man, that ain't right. You know, I'm a victim. You aren't a victim.
No, but that's just people moaning about like some regular stuff. Like for example, right? Like the bonnet thing. The bonnet thing is a misunderstanding. Like my English is not as good as y'all. So there's a video of Jay the Pickett says, "I'm in a bind, Nate. I'm in a bind, Nate," and I thought he was, "I'm in a bonnet." So people started calling me because he was not. "I'm in a bind, Nate. I'm in a bonnet." So I bought a bonnet, and it's performative, right? The spatula, the filters. But if I want to get somewhere and I want to be a little bit more respected, I will change my way, and I'll, like you said, I will kind of go ahead and be a little bit more corporate, build a studio, wear some suits and all that. Like some people understand, some people don't. I just don't understand when he's clearly targeted to like a specific type of group, when every time you go to the supermarket you see everybody dressing sloppy because they just went outside, got some shit, and then it went back, right? And respectfully, because I was listening, if a black man dates a white woman, you don't want to date her. Again, like y'all stepping on the
that's not what I said.
No, you missed
go ahead,
that.
Go ahead and clean that up so I understand what's going on.
No,
yeah, I'll go ahead and translate it for you. So here's the thing, though. Because Fatty, I don't date black women because our culture's trash here. Let's be honest. The reason why I date white women is because they're going to be more submissive towards me and more feminine. Now, you see this in the culture. We'll see a black woman, when she dates white men, she'll be more submissive and feminine towards them. But when she dates black people, like she'll date me, she's going to be more aggressive, more masculine. Literally, I held I would say a debate saying that black women are too masculine. That's one example, although I could say that's just one example. Let's just even throw that out. You've seen this, and we could see this in culture. When black women date black men, they tend to be more hyperbolic, more masculine, and more aggressive. I don't know why this is in the culture, but they're more feminine towards white men. But here's the thing that I'm getting at. This is the whole point, and this is what I'm saying, Fatty. If I was to date a white woman and I have a baby with her, she's cooked on the dating market because nobody wants to date her when she's been with a black man and she has black kids.
Nobody meaning white men.
Yeah,
white
nobody meaning white men. She's cooked.
If they find out that
she's cooked.
So I was right. So you were referring to white men not dating black woman that had kids with the black man, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
On you had said that if a white woman did that, we said that we think that. Yeah. We're saying that white men believe that if a white woman's been with a black man, they won't date her.
Would you date a woman? Yeah. Would y'all do it?
What do you mean?
Would y'all date if Becky dated the black man? They actually dated the Tyrone, Tyreek, and whatever.
And had a black baby?
No, let's escalate this. Let's start with the bare minimum. She dated 3 black men. Is that a problem? Or are you going to date her? You consider for dating or not?
Baby. I'm talking about if she has a black baby.
No, I know. But I want to see where let's go just with dating. She likes black men too. She dates black men on a regular.
I would be very cautious.
Yeah, I would be one of those cautious. I only date black dudes chicks.
Yeah,
that's still those one white girls, those Beckys that wear FUBU and have cornrows.
Yeah, right. That's crazy.
I only date black dudes chicks. That's different than a white girl that she had one black ex-boyfriend.
What's the difference between what's
not a serial black dater?
So what if she dated Asian man? Is that's going to be a deal breaker?
No, Asian men are different. It's different. Yeah. It's
okay. Different. So what if she dated Latinos?
It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah,
okay.
Fine.
So the black dude matters. The black dudes matter, but the Asians and the Latinos don't matter.
No. Listen. No. Let me clarify. Okay.
There's a lot of clarifications to say exactly what I'm saying, but go ahead.
No, because you're not understanding. I don't care if a white woman or any woman has been with a black guy. It's if a white woman's one of those I only date black dudes so I can be part of the culture type chicks.
That's
you
crazy.
know who I'm talking about.
Nope.
In the same way that there's white guys who have yellow fever that only date the Asians and then drive like a Honda and then only watch anime. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There are white girls who do the same thing. They listen to NBA YoungBoy and they cornrow their hair and they talk like Bad Baby.
there's a stereotype. This is what I'm saying about y'all usually tied black people to the worst common denominator. If I knew a white woman was dating only white man, I wouldn't connect her directly to trailer park trash, hillbillies, no teeth type of white people. I would kind of focus. I would kind of focus. Of course, but I would kind of focus in what type of white man are you dating, right? So if I come to you and I have this white woman that dated Barack Obama's son and I don't know Colin Powell's son, right? On a why is that problematic to white people, to some white men that you were talking about before, and how is that problematic to y'all? How is that problematic?
Because a lot of white men see us black men as a threat. There's this weird type of penis envy they have for us, or they think that white women are just tainted because
it's not even
that's racism, right?
No, yes. It's not even that, Fatty. It's not even that. I can make it really simple for you. So here's the problem with this is that if you date somebody that's black and they're most likely going to leave a white girl, let's just say that they do this. They just hit it and quit it and they bounce. Most likely, and I hate to say this, you could tell me I'm racist all you want. Well, good luck on that. Because you can't tell me that I'm black and I'm be racist toward myself.
No. You're saying some racist shit. We all talk about
racist.
Black people. How is black people can be racist? You are saying some go ahead.
Guys. How is saying that white men have an aversion towards their own women who date black men? How does that make me racist?
I have an aversion towards white women that say they only date
let me
black
explain
men.
something.
No.
Let me explain. Just because let me say something. Just because we are explaining something doesn't mean that we agree with it. Okay. So just because you are explaining something, so just because I'm saying that's racist, I'm not saying that you are racist, right? Let's take it out of the way so you can understand what I'm saying. I don't want to throw the labels and shit. I'm saying that's what you're saying is racist. That doesn't mean that make you a racist, right? My problem with this is this, right? White man and Asian woman date outside of their race more than anybody in the planet.
Yep.
Right? So they are clearly okay. Right? So they are clearly okay with interracial dating. No. I don't see no problem. People can choose and date whatever they want to date.
Right.
I don't have a problem with it. I myself date more white women than I date a woman that look like me just because of location. I live on
Fatty.
One sec, friends. You have to chill. I live in a 95% white country.
Sir. How dare you?
Right? So what I'm saying is that
I don't want to date black women, but you date white women. That's crazy.
No. But that's my point. I don't have a handbrake that as soon as I see any type of ethnicity, I do. My traits are not that. Do you have a fat ass?
No, Patty, I guarantee you will. If there was a white woman and she dated a bunch of black people and she had a black kid and she was like, and then she not only had cornrows, but she was a serial black dater, meaning she got around town with black men. That's all. And she started talking black.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Fatty. Yeah.
And she thought she was black.
That's her type.
You could have sworn she was black. When you talked to her on the phone, she had a black accent, everything. And
yes, that's racial dollar.
Yeah,
that's Rachel Dolezal. Congratulations. Welcome to the
right. Rachel Dolezal. Would you date her?
Yes, there's a bunch of people. Hey, Marte, y'all are so insulated. There's so many people. There's so many people where I live that only date.
You would date a chameleon. That's what you would date.
No, guys.
Not
crazy.
Guys, Fatty. What those women do is they're not dating you because you're you. They're dating you because they want to be with what they think is a black guy.
That's every woman. Congratulations.
No. Listen. You are insert any black guy cookie cut. They just want to be with a black guy. Period.
That's
it's literally
every
fetishizing
woman.
you. Yeah, no, it's
that's
not
every woman. They are not with you for what you actually are.
This isn't even worth arguing about because I don't even deal with these chicks. But I grew up in a predominantly white area. There was only 33 black kids in my entire.
So how many women did you date? That were white. That were white. How many women did you date that were white? Okay, were they with you because you are a 6'5" dope black dude or they were with you because of what you symbolize as a black man?
Okay, well, you're conflating things in. I
asked you a question. Answer the question, and then you can expand on that.
The question is that I will date white girls. Fine. No, I started. Period. If you watch my channel,
I got you. I'm just fucking with you. Go ahead.
I will date white girls who are just regular Beckys, but there is a certain type of white girl that I won't date, and that's the type of girl who, like I said, who tries to act like what she thinks a black girl, like a ghetto black girl, would act like. You talk about the worst stereotypes. These white girls watch MTV raps and stuff, and they try and emulate like that. They're just trying to.
But that was not my question.
Yeah, but that's
that was definitely not my question.
You're asking the question outside of our purview of like what. No.
I will repeat the question so you can answer. You said it was a statement. These white women are not dating you because of you. They are dating you because of right. So I'm asking all these white women that you're dated. Did they date you because they really like you and because you are a tall man and you are this and that, or they date you because of the idea of what you represent?
I was the first black guy that a lot of these white girls dated, to their father's dismay.
Look, Fatty, I'm gonna be real with you right now.
So they were right? Yo, Marte, you know how many bedroom windows I climbed in and out of?
Look. I'm gonna be honest with you, Fatty. This is what I date. Fatty, this is my ex. I'm gonna show you a picture. I don't really get in my personal life too much. This is my ex, right? This is what I date. I don't date black women. So when I date women,
she kind of looks like Rachel Dolezal, to be honest.
No, she doesn't. She's redheaded. She's white and red. So it's far from Rachel Dolezal. Yeah. But this is what I date. You know what I'm saying? And way taller than me, like almost 6 foot tall. This is what I date. I don't date black women at all, man. That's like my taste. So I'm just being honest with you. So I don't just say this because it's hyperbolic, you know. Yeah. So
and I say
no, but this is what I don't understand is that, like, for people that clearly believe in interracial dating, like y'all. Right? Y'all believe it. Y'all see it. Y'all know the numbers, and y'all actually indulge in it. If you are seeing, and again, everybody have preference. I agree with the ghetto thing, with the woman. If you fetishize woman, Asian woman, and she's dating yakuza, you kind of are going to look at her funny. If you like Latina woman and they're dating guys from the cartel, you're going to look at her funny. So I kind of understand what y'all saying. I'm just saying, on the case that he said where men were calling or whatever they were saying, and they were saying that they will never date a woman if that woman had a black kid or just dealing with black people, you can tell me that's clearly racist when these motherfuckers are waking off looking at anime girls. Like, you see what I'm saying?
But hold on, that wasn't racist though. We agree. Okay, the context is, do you know who Tom Likas is?
Yes, I know exactly what it is. Yes.
Okay, he did a call-in show. Would you date a white woman who's been with black guys? All I was saying was there was white men calling in, just dead ass saying on national radio, I ain't never dating no white woman who's been with a black man. That's all I was saying. That has nothing to do with if Marte and I thought it was a great thing. Yeah, it's wrong. It's racist.
Is it wrong? Is it wrong?
Well, everyone has their own preference. Here's the thing. I can't thought police people.
That is a preference too.
That's a preference. Here, if they were saying, all they were saying was that I can't be with a woman who's been with a black guy. They weren't saying that we should all be hanged or whatever. So still, like, I've been on dating apps and girls said, sorry, I don't date black guys. I'm not going to get mad because that's their preference. I can't fault police.
I've been told that too.
Yeah.
Right.
What I'm saying
I move on.
But preference can be racist, just to make sure. Preference can be very racist, actually, to make sure.
Right. So okay, let's say that I do have a stigma towards black women. I don't want to date black. Is that racist of me not to date my own kind or date black women?
No. So is like you have you are discriminating based on race, which is racist, but it's acceptable racism. It's like you
What?
you are allowed.
Acceptable racism?
No, yeah.
What the
It's like
bro.
no. It's like the term. It's like the term benevolent sexism. Like chivalry is benevolent sexism. Is you open the doors, you pay the bills, you like. See what I'm saying? The same way there's benevolent. Go ahead.
Whites can't be benevolent with their racism.
No. You can definitely, as a man or a woman, a white man says, I wouldn't date black people. That's totally fair. What I'm saying is that
I think it's benevolent.
There's discrimination with based on race. You could clearly slot that shit into racism. It's just racism that most people accept.
Yeah, I just think that once again, this kind of leads into the same thing with these transformers are like, if you're a straight man and you won't date transformers, then you're a bigot. It's like you can't thought police people's attractions. Like you cannot. I'm not trying to say that, Fatty. You're trying to say to do this, but
I'm not saying it's wrong. I have to say that you can do whatever you want.
And I'm not saying that you are. I'm not saying you are. My point is, we know that there's a group of knuckleheads out there that are trying to like thought police people into being attracted to big girls, to uggos, to transformers, to all these people. It's like you can't force who you let into your bed is the last bastion of your freedom. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. So, but what I'm saying is, once again, is if it, because this Marte is one of Marte's points. Black people can be racist too. And why they can be racist? Because black people discriminate based on race. That's literally the argument. Yeah. So if the argument is that black people can be racist because they discriminate on race, if I'm dating Becky and her dad doesn't like me because I'm black, he is entitled to do so. Even Becky is entitled to not date me because I'm black, but that's clearly discrimination based on race, which is in turn racist. That's all I'm saying. It's acceptable, but it's racist.
I know a white kid who's from Detroit. He went to a black high school. He was one of 4 black kids. Four white kids in his whole high school, and he would get jumped every day. So he transferred to Seattle, and we actually became friends. He was like, AJ, you're like the coolest black dude I've ever met, because all the other black dudes I know kicked my ass on the dude. So like the school was like racist against him. He was a minority in that context. It was like discrimination plus power. You know what I'm saying? Sure. Because in that context, he was a minority. So he was telling me these stories about. It wasn't till he figured out that he was actually good at bad basketball, and he joined the basketball team. He's the only white dude in the basketball team, where people started like accepting him. But like mainstream.
Sure. But you see what I'm talking about? Like some words have stigmas, right? And a lot of people don't understand that just because you're explaining things that you don't agree with it, right? Yeah. Y'all are old enough to saw Jeremy Lin Sanity. Y'all were here. I was rooting for this. Like that's clearly race. Like that's racism. We assume that the person from Asia can play ball. So as soon as one Asian goes crazy, everybody thinks he's like the aliens came to Earth.
Yeah.
I celebrated that shit. I loved it. Like I was watching those games every day, rooting for him to do better and better and better. But if you actually look, if you actually look beneath the hood, that's clearly racist. Because why the hell couldn't the Asian person do what he did? It's literally based on racism, and it's okay. Some types of racism, people are not going to bet an eye about it, and they don't care. Dating for the most part, I think everybody agrees with that.
A lot of it's genetics, because there's not a lot of Asians that have Jeremy Lin's genetics. I mean, you look at the World Cup. How many Asian teams compared to Brazil or whatever, they just don't have the physical stature to be to excel in those types of sports. You know what I'm saying? Jeremy Lin's an outlier. So.
Yeah, he is an outlier. But Fatty, I just want to say something. I know this is a quick side tangent right now, but remember those accusations towards me about my past and everything about me? So yes. The reason why I also brought the photo up is one of my exes is because, hey, I date women. Here you go. Just to refute more. This is another one of my exes. I don't want to, by the way, I'm not a player. I date one woman at a time.
I just crushed a lot.
I try to date for marriage, by the way. But if you notice, there's something congruent here. They're all white women. So I only mainly try to date white women. That's it. To be honest,
and by the way,
I don't think there's nothing wrong with it. So.
And by the way, sticking on the topic, and I already told you this offline, I think you did some gay shit, but that doesn't make you gay. Like
It's
those
not
pictures
gay
was
shit.
kind,
Stop, man.
those pictures was kind of gay, but there was no gay shit. Like gay, you needed to be. If I see a picture of you sitting on a man lap, then
I wasn't sitting on a man lap at all, ever. That never happened.
But there's my point. But that's exactly my point, right? And this is why I'm fair about it. Is we actually have to call the things like they are, and a lot of times, just because people explain something doesn't mean that they're apologies for it. And people literally try to demonize things that are so easy to explain because it fits their agenda. Go ahead.
Fatty, can I ask you a question? How long have you been a YouTube streamer?
I had a basketball page in Portugal for like 10 years. YouTube streamer, I've been on this page for. I've been on YouTube. I've been on YouTube on American YouTube for 3 years, and I'm being a YouTuber for two years and now.
So in total, if we add them all up, how much is that?
YouTuber per se, 3 years. Social media, whatever, content creator, probably a decade and a half.
Oh, okay, so we'll say 3 years. So you're tenured, like your experience. So the reason why I say this is because you do understand that this can be weaponized both times. If I have an absolute hater in the chat, they can then say, oh, he may not be gay, but he's a player because he runs through women. You see how people could just, so you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. What I do is I just roll with the punches. Like you're here. Me and AJ are just saying, hey, I don't think that there's a wrong thing for us having a preference, but just understand even comedies or comedians, when they say a joke, it's because the reason why it's funny is because it's kind of truthful. And when you look at stereotypes, there's truth in stereotypes as well, too. So if a bunch of white men don't want to date white women who have black kids, it's because there's also a stigma of why it was bad. Either the dad got out of prison, and I'm just saying right now, either I'm thinking that the dad must be out of prison, he must have left, maybe he's on probation. People are automatically going to think this because there's a stigma with the black community that's associated with that because somebody must be tired. Now I have to deal with the black dad. Like there's a lot of this. That's a deterrent.
It. I just think that there's just a historical aversion to it. There's like a lot of white dudes. Look. If there's one group of people I know is white people, trust me. All right. Like I grew up around a lot of white people, and there's one thing white people are is predictable, right? There's just, you don't even have to think into that. There's just a societal that white dudes have.
Yeah.
I don't know what the percentage is, right? It might not be like a Gen Z or like millennial thing, but I'm Gen X. I know Gen X, boomers. It's just a thing that I've experienced. I've heard white dudes talk about. They don't even say a reason. They just say it. Just, you know what? They just don't sit right with me.
It's called white fragility. Like why would you say it? It's white fragility. It's exactly what it is, Marte. If you are quick to say black fatigue, you have to say white fragility. These men would date Candace Owens in a second if she went back to the market. In a second.
That's false. Fatty, the reason why I can say that's false is because I don't even want to date white women that have black kids. There's a lot of black men that don't want to date white women that have black kids. It's not just strictly to white people. So when you talk about, matter of fact, let's correct the language because you said you're still learning English a little bit to get better. This isn't a jab at you, Fatty. I'm just saying that if we cannot say exhaustion anymore, I agree with you. I mean, fatigue, let's switch it to exhaustion because that sounds more appropriate because we're past fatigue at this point. We're at exhaustion now. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, and that's perfect. But that's once again, we need y'all to be we need y'all to be consistent.
Fatty,
if white people are exhausted of black people doing shenanigans, right? For what, 60 years? Shouldn't black people be not exhausted? We have to put another level of what white people been doing for the last 400 years. Is that white people?
No, that's a bad argument.
I would say.
Oh, so now it's no. Oh,
no.
Damn.
Here's the thing.
That's crazy. That's a bad argument.
Is that
I was at a bad argument?
Me and a lot of black people that I know, a lot of our problems come from people who look like us, right?
Don't deflect, sir. No, don't deflect.
Listen.
No, please don't deflect. Most white people get robbed. Oh my God!
Most white people that look, I grew up among white people in America as a black guy.
Then I grew up around white people in Portugal. So we give take the labels out of the way.
But there's a different context though, because here's the thing. Okay, is the history of race and everything in Portugal the same? There was no Jim Crow in Portugal.
It's worse.
Here's the thing.
Portugal created the transatlantic slave trade. It's worse. It's even worse. What are you talking about?
I understand that, but we're talking about the whites that are in America. There's a different. Here's the thing. I can't speak on what someone in Brazil went through racially because I'm not Brazilian, right? I didn't live their experience, right? But what I do know is race relations in America because I lived it. My mom and my grandparents grew up in the Jim Crow South. They're still alive. I have a reference. Now, do you have a reference? Did you experience some of this? I mean, do you know people? My uncle, my mom's was actually hung and survived. He survived. He was in a sun downtown, and he was caught after dark in 1961, and they actually got him out of the tree. So I think I have a pretty good expertise.
I don't want to be rude, but what's your point exactly?
My point is that you're talking about Portuguese people. Okay?
No, I wasn't. You brought that up, and I brought it as an equalizer. I was saying if white people can suffer from white fatigue, black fatigue, or exhaustion, is it valid that black people look at white people and what they did on the last 400 to 500 years and have white fatigue? Is that fair?
Can I ask you a question, Fatty? I just want to ask you one question. AJ, I just want to step in just 1 sec.
Yeah.
So there's a paradox. I can name 15 different paradoxes right now. I was going to bring this up on the stream anyways, but let me ask you, because you seem to be the person that's kind of like a subject matter expert since you, I mean, not to mention black, but you hold panels regularly with black folk, which I dominated. By the way, I dominated the debate where white people should pay.
No, you didn't. You got your ass kicked. You actually got your ass. When you won the debate. No, 1 second. You won the debate, and then when it was the open panel, you got
I already dominated that. But anyways, back to this. So police brutality versus the black on black crime paradox that we have. So there's a big silence that's happening in America, Fatty. I know you don't live in America. You live in Portugal. BLM and progressive voices frame police killings as like 12 to 15 unarmed black men a year this is like from the DOJ data.
I agree with you.
Right, from as a genocide requiring national defunding because they want to defund the police. Yet 7,000, 8,000 black homicides annually, 93% interracial FBI data elicit little sustained outrage or any policy demand from this. The paradox is this, Fatty. A white cop killing a black man is a national emergency, yet 300 plus weekends of black men killing black men is only a statistic.
I agree with you, but you are...
Can you explain this for me?
Yes, I can explain that to you. You are right, but you are actually making my point, right? And let me explain why.
I'd love to hear this.
Black people should care about black on black crime because that's what affects them the most.
They don't.
You know what what affects the most white people? White on white crime, because most white people are deleted, raped. They get their savings stole by other white people. It's called proximity. Let me finish. And this is why, once again, Marte, just let me finish. This is why I'm saying, Marte, I agree with you, but by you telling me to focus on black crime, I can say you are totally right, sir. So now go focus on the 80% of white on white crime that happens and forget about black people, because most of the people that fuck you up are actually white people. And I'm actually I'm going to go even further. Nothing hurts more people in the West than all these economic crises that we're having on the last 20, 30 years. The dot-com bubble, the prime mortgage, the prime loan mortgage in 2008.
You will get destroyed in this debate. By the way,
There's white. There's no black people fucking up your economy. Is white people doing it? So go ahead and go for blame the bank.
They are, and I can describe this. So we talked about reparations. Let's get back to this. Since I dominated the debate, you disagree with me. I'll let AJ call that if I dominated the debate or not. But anyways, back to this, and actually, I'll message him behind the scenes, and we'll go ahead and get receipts and all this other stuff from a neutral party. If you don't think AJ is a neutral party, but anyways, back to this. The reparations versus immigrant success paradox. You live in Portugal, so you would be an immigrant, right? So this would be a question.
No. I'm not an immigrant.
You're not. Okay, what would you be?
No, I'm first generation European, like born in Europe, but my parents actually had black passports and not black, Jesus Christ, Portuguese passports and Portuguese nationality because all the colonies were part of Portugal at the time.
But are you ethnically Portuguese?
That's what I said. I'm first generation European because I was born in Portugal. Both my parents are African, Cape Verdean, but because Portugal, you used to have like all the colonies used to actually consider Portugal. All the people that were born, for example, in Cape Verde, were born with the Portuguese ID. It's like Puerto Rico or whatever the country that's like.
But I'm saying, but
I want to ask my question though, real quick. This is my question though. So it's the reparations versus immigrant success paradox that I'm going to present to you. So, Fatty, activists demand trillions in reparations because slavery's legacy makes wealth building impossible for Black Americans. You've heard this. I've heard this. I've even heard this on your panel. Yet African and Caribbean immigrants, many arriving post 1965 with nothing, outperform native-born Blacks in income, education, and entrepreneurship. Nigerians, by the way, have the highest household income of any group. So this is the paradox, Fatty. If the system crushes all Black people due to historical racism, why do recent immigrants thrive better than most?
That's true.
Because first generation immigrants are way more hungry than whoever you have in there on soil and is already was there.
There's no system for your 400 past years that's crushing people. That's just an illusion. Thank you.
No, that's you can actually have both at the same time. You can acknowledge
I want reparations from Benin and from Ghana and the people who sold my ancestors to the whites to slavery. I want Benin to pay me money. Dang it, that's who I need reparations from.
The thing about reparations is that the reparations is because y'all established a precedent. It has nothing to do with success or not. Like all these immigrants, if you can go all around the world, and you can, for example, look at the Asian population. The first and second generation Asian, they are monsters. They just work and go to school, and there's nothing. And then you actually see these third generation Asians that are walking around the United States or Europe, and they're just European, like Europeanized, I don't know what the word is, or Americanized, to the point where you don't see the distinction between those Asians that look at school as a sport or that look as a job, as a 16-hour endeavor, and you look at these Asians that are a little bit more soft because they were born into comfort. So I acknowledge
that doesn't answer my question, right?
No. One second, please. I know I'll answer it right now. I'll answer it right now.
Yeah,
I can acknowledge
that. To hear this.
I can acknowledge that immigrants are in fact working, like first generation immigrants are working way harder than usually the locals, because that's what it is all over the world, including here in Portugal, right? Immigrants working way more than the locals on the first try. And I can acknowledge too that if the American government paid the reparations to slave owners, pay reparations to Japanese, pay reparations to the natives, pay reparations to every single group that they think that they did something dirty to them, they established the precedent that if they did something dirty to the 400 years of slavery, 300 years, whatever was the number, they should pay reparations to, just of principle.
When they paid reparations to the Japanese, they paid the people who did the wrong, gave the money to those who were wronged, who were still alive. When they did it to the slave owners at the time, they were still alive. Once the people who perpetrated it, the people who were perpetrated upon die off, that's it. The sin
that's irrelevant.
It's not a thing.
It's not irrelevant.
There is none of the natives that are
non-participants to pay and be penalized for something they weren't involved in.
No. Like I said, please, sir. Hey, sir. Practice some white decorum and let other people finish, please. Okay. So this is what we're going to do. You have to listen to what I said, right? Like Native Americans that have casinos and reservations right now, or are exempt of taxes or something like that, they never went to whatever their ancestors went through. They just got it because they are descendants of the natives that went through some atrocities. So just like Roe v. Wade, you establish a precedent, and now other states can do the same thing. You establish the precedent that you paid for people that never went through something because you did atrocities to their ancestors. So losing that logic, if black people are descendants of slaves, they should have the same treatment that the natives did. It's just a logic, simple, basic logic. It has nothing to do with if they're doing good or not. Go ahead.
Got those benefits a long time ago. They weren't just giving casinos like 20
yes,
years.
they were on that.
No,
yes, they were.
I'm from Washington State.
If I may, real quick. If I may, real quick, okay. I love this black on black violence. It's amazing. You guys are doing great. But I just want to go ahead and congratulate. I just want to congratulate you, Marte, for your 1K subs. You are doing amazing, and I am really happy that you're moving up in the world. So congratulations.
Appreciate it, man.
You better be monetized next month because you are doing the Lord's job. That's the way to get reparations, by the way. I think that's exactly
Emmett, I don't
the
think
way.
that's going to happen because I could barely get what was it, $30 for Uber Eats out of Fatty for a whole 2 years.
I already sent you the money, so you better watch. Like, I know. I already sent you the money, so you better watch it.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
That's crazy.
Man.
I had to twist Fatty's arm and leg just to get some dollars out of it. That's crazy.
You said you didn't want it, and you keep using that shit. So now you get the money. Now you be quiet. No bragging rights now. You love this shit.
Man.
That $30 will buy a Big
you
Mac.
Talk about the past? So the past only matters when it comes to you, but when it comes to reparations, throw it out. Oh shit, this is so stupid. All right, Fatty, go ahead. You just refute your old self. Go ahead, bro.
No, but that's. I was actually looking at the last time.
The whole time, bro. Go ahead though.
I was actually looking at the last time that they gave settlements to Obama, 2016, $500 million to 17 tribes. See what I'm talking about? Like they just in the last 15 years, they gave $3.4 billion, $3.3 billion, and then $500 million. This is what, $7 billion and something dollars?
Well, hold on, Fatty. Let me ask a question real quick. Here's a question I'll ask. Because I'm black, how much reparations do you think? Do you think I should get the same as AJ?
If you are a descendant of black Americans,
I'm a descendant of black Americans. Should I get the same as AJ?
No. 1 second. Not black. 1 second, please. Black American slaves.
Black American slaves. He's a descendant of black American slaves. I'm a descendant of black American slaves. Should we get the same?
Congratulations. Go get your money.
There's a thing.
Right. Hold on. There's a secondary question. Fatty, hold on. Real quick. But there was interracial mixing in my family. Do you think I should still get the same?
Yes, because if natives are mixed, a lot of natives. Yes, Marte. A lot of natives that are getting the money.
So
yes, are mixed.
Fatty, you would buy Mercedes full parts, even if it like the hood is Honda, the trunk is Honda. You're gonna pay a full Mercedes price for it.
Yes, because that's the principle.
Oh shit!
Well, hey, Marte, do you think the government is going to these tribes and saying you are 13% Cherokee, you get 30% of the price?
Okay.
So if I have a quarter black in me, I should get full reparations just like anybody else.
So you think Vanessa Bryant, like you think Kobe Bryant's daughter shouldn't get or should get half of the reparations because Vanessa Bryant is Latina?
Wait, hold on. So if 75% of her is white, the 75% should get most of the reparations, even though it had nothing to do with slavery.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
No, this is the whole part issue that fail in the argument.
You are not full Japanese. You are 13% Korean. So you get.
Guys, the Native Americans do it. Guys, the Native Americans do it. If you are not like a 16th or an 8th, you don't count. They actually go back through your family history. There is a means test to get your native benefits.
What was the percentage?
I think it's like you got to be like a 16th or something.
A 16th? I am white then. Okay, I am white then, because I probably have like 5% white in me. Like, I'm white.
Yeah.
Congratulations, welcome.
Oh wait, so Fatty,
where's my reparation?
Fatty, Emmett here is 1% black because 1% of him experienced slavery. He should get the same as AJ, right?
No, I didn't say that, and Marte, you're not going to do that to me. Just because I don't know. One second, Marte, 1 second. Let me reply.
This is logic.
Let me reply. Just because I don't know the math doesn't mean that I can be in favor of, right? So if my tribe did tremendous, like very atrocious things to the pale warrior that we have on the panel, shout out to you, brother. You have to take a little bit more sun, okay? I like it to be a little tight, a little bit more. If they did atrocities,
I'm just enjoying the black on black violence. This is
absolutely, and I'm enjoying like the sun that hasn't seen in a while.
But the thing is, black on black violence. He literally said himself. Go ahead.
If my tribe did atrocities to him, right? Even though I don't know the math because he has like a accent, so he's probably like, I don't know, Irish or Australian, something like that. I will try to have a metric where such and such percentage will get the reparations. I don't know the math, but just because I know the math doesn't mean that I can be in favor of it. Can we agree with that?
So no, hold on. There's a problem with this. So you think Rachel Dolezal? Hold on. So Rachel Dolezal can scam all day long. Are you okay with that?
Wait, she can get reparations, but she can be a black advocate.
No, hold on. She's got 1% black in her. She can't get anything.
Like I said, I will go look at the precedent that they did with the natives. If it's 116 it is. Congratulations. The precedent is already there. There's nothing to discuss. And by the way, Rachel Dolezal actually is a white woman cosplaying as a black woman.
Hold on. She has 1% in her, Fatty. 1%.
Everybody has 1% of everything.
Right. So we should all. You just destroyed your whole argument.
No, I didn't because I. Hey, no, I didn't because I said just because. No, I didn't because I said just because I don't know the number in specific.
Your position's cooked. You have no metric in which to distribute finances from. Yeah.
All the money that Fatty said that the natives got was distributed by the Bureau of Indian Affairs, which was established in 1824 when the tribes were getting cooked. So that precedent was set in 1824.
Was paid by who?
Oh, damn.
Wait, 1 second. Was paid by who? Was paid by who?
The second was it John C. Calhoun.
No. Is that money from the federal government?
Yes, that went to the tribes.
So tomorrow I will found the Black Panthers from Wakanda forever, and we are going to get our money back, right?
Now you just making shit up.
So my point is
that's what he's saying. He said
all right. No, they were wronged at the time, which were the tribes at the time. The precedent was set with those people who were still alive. They got their reparations.
No, you can't do that. You can't do that.
I just did.
You can do that because once again,
amends to someone that you've wronged.
Hey, sir, like this side of YouTube likes to do the logical entanglement thing, right?
You don't like logic.
The logic is simple. The logic is simple. The logic is simple.
Am I wrong for this, Emmett? So if Fatty has seen crime, he should get reparations because he just observed it. That's his argument. How am I wrong?
No, that's not my argument at all.
No, 1%. 1%, meaning you won't even.
That's not my argument either. That's your argument.
If the slaves got reparations,
nothing that you said, I said. Nothing that you said, I said.
Wait a second. Okay, I have in my blood. There's this thing called the Jewish. So I was once a slave, according to my blood. It's written in Hebrew by the Egyptians. Should the Egyptian government be paying me reparations because I suffer so much through my blood for the enslavement that my people suffered in Egypt?
Yeah, like didn't Jewish people got reparations? He asked me a question. Didn't Jewish people got reparations?
No.
Yes, they did.
They had to flee and they were chased out by Ramses II. And they were trying to kill them, and they had to. I know the Bible is like a big book that has a lot of words, and some people don't read it.
Yes, Harry Potter book, a fictional book.
The Leaving of Egypt. There's a movie.
You can say that they got reparations.
There's a movie about it
too.
There's a movie about it.
No. Respectfully, you are of Jewish heritage, right? It's fine.
The
Egyptians did that thing. yes, the Egyptians did bad things to you, okay? And then later on, the world government, especially Britain, decided to give you a piece of land and a massive, tremendous amount of money and defend you with everything they got until today. So once again, you at least got something. Where is
But
Black
not by the
Wakanda?
But that doesn't right the wrong from the Egyptians, though.
Why? I want my shekels from the Egyptians.
Okay, so can you let me ask you? This was how many years ago, sir?
What does it matter?
What does it matter?
No. I'm asking a question.
What does it matter?
It happened so long ago that all of you may have a little bit of Egyptian blood, and I want my shekels now.
Okay, so
where's my shekels?
So if you can prove that you are this descendant of enslaved people 250,000 years ago, you can go ahead and get your reparations. Yes, you get reparations.
It's like 4,000. Okay, it's like 4,000. Okay, no, 250,000 is too much. Let's be honest here. I know math is hardening. Okay. It's hardening to math.
I fully support your reparations, sir.
Since I have a little bit of
like
blood,
everybody else.
Do you support Portugal paying reparations to the Black Brazilians?
Where's my
definitely, they you know what? You know what's funny? They definitely should, but there's a problem with that, right? So when Portugal, like, it's different from the United States. The United States used slave work and kept the profits of it. What happened with Portugal is Portugal literally did the dirty work and went to Brazil and stole all the gold and shit. And then the British states, thank you very much for bringing the shit closer, and got the stolen gold. So if they still at it, like we're talking, for example, with the Vatican, that they have several like multi-billion-dollar like statues and shit all around that was stolen, I would be very okay. Or the Louvre, for example, I would be very okay if they still have the shit that they stole, if they went ahead and they gave to Brazilians. But Portugal doesn't have
what does it matter if you made money off a wrong is a wrong? The Portuguese slave trade was the most brutal slave trade it was. Slaves lived 3 to 5 years. That's why they needed so many of them. So you're trying to say that somehow magically Portugal didn't profit enough. Therefore,
no, I didn't. I didn't.
Reparations.
There's one.
I know this is the Got You Club. You have to listen to what I say.
The Got
Please.
You.
This is the Gotcha Club. Gotcha.
I got you, my brother.
Right?
I got you, my brother.
I didn't say that they shouldn't. I didn't say that they shouldn't pay. I didn't say that they should morally pay it. I just said that there's no way they could, especially because of Portugal is a 10 million people country. Brazil is a 200 million country with 100 million black, either mixed or completely like clear descendants. So Portugal doesn't even have a way to pay it. But in principle, they should definitely do it.
They have a way to pay it. They can be slaves.
Sure.
Great. Do we have?
Sure, we have a deal. Go ahead.
Guys, I'm gonna dip Fatty. I can't say that you have so much patience to your panels. Like I said, you have a lot of really good discussions, but the fact that you moderate and then you have some of the guests on that you have, and you have a lot of patience, and I admire that, dude. I really do.
Can I tell you something before you go?
Yeah.
My black panels are easier to deal than most white panels on the panelverse. I'm just going to say this because I really thought that we were the rowdy bunch. Oh, we are the guys that like to fight each other. I think it's just an internet thing. I think everybody that has open panels or very close to it is going to deal with the fuckery.
I can say this though: you have good intentions. Okay.
I don't think I do. I just don't know this.
Well, I can tell you that I believe you do. Other places,
I'm calling cap.
They don't, and that's why you're growing, and those people over there aren't. So I'll just leave it there. But hey, Fatty, it's nice talking to you. I watch your channel all the time, dude. And it's cool.
Appreciate you, man. And if you came up, tell Marte to send me an email or something like that to see, like you are going to be. Like I actually would the same way I come to white kind of panels, whitish. and I like to get my ideas challenged, I would love actually to have you to see how good do they hold when there's like 7 Wakandas on the other side. So let's see how it goes. I appreciate you, sir. Nice to meet you.
All right, guys, take it easy. Bye, guys.
Is it Cloud
All right,
World?
AJ.
Just to be sure. Oh, AJ. Well, nice to meet you, AJ. Sorry, I tried.
Like that's the thing though. Anytime I'm on a panel and Fatty says something that I honestly don't agree with him, like I'm not gonna be disingenuous and just disagree with him just because obviously like he's gonna see through that. I think Fatty's
yes, you will.
Not.
Yes, you will. You are just not flow state level of
that's
troll.
false.
No.
That's total
Marte,
cap.
Marte, there's levels to these, right?
Be honest,
like
Fatty.
I told you.
You at least be honest.
You are a sophist.
You said don't be honest. No, I'm not a sophist. Far from that,
yes,
bro.
you are. Everybody on your gang is a sophist. Y'all debate to win, and if you get caught, you just move the conversation. Every single one of you. As soon as you get caught, you pivot so you can punch people in the face again, and you be on offense. That's literally what happens every show, all the time, every time.
Can I have a single second? I'm gonna be done real quick. I need to leave because I haven't slept like in a day and a half. But I want to congratulate you because you reached 1,000. So I'm really happy for you, and I think you've done a great job. I will say to you that how dare you debate to win? Like you should be debating to lose. That's the way to go. How dare you, Marte?
Yes,
but
I know, Fatty. How dare me be?
And by the way, shout out to you, white brother. You are probably the only person that have a worse accent than me. So shout out to you.
He's not white.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm not white. I'm Jewish, and my accent is from Czechoslovakia.
So
okay,
racist,
so you have to accept my accent.
Y'all are the whitest people on the planet, man.
Yeah, I know. The people from Czechoslovakia are the whitest. You know that we have tacos and mariachi, but in Czechoslovakia we're just the worst. So thanks so much. Have a good one and enjoy the rest of your night.
People actually say that I sound like him. I sound like a Russian. People keep saying like Portuguese and like they have kind of phonetic sounds that are similar. They say that I sound like a Russian too. So shout out to you. I appreciate
I don't think you sound Russian. That's just me. I don't think
it sounds like it sounds like somebody is from the eastern of Europe, like Slovenia or Slovakia, whatever the country is.
Romania. I mean, I thought he was Romania, but I talked to him and he was like, he says I'm from Mexico. So I'm like, all right, whatever.
Yes.
So I mean, he says he's from Mexico. I believe him. He has an accent, so I believe him totally. But that's the thing, though, Fatty. When it comes to this, I'm not a sophist. You can't even convince me that I'm a sophist because I'm not a disingenuous debater. I don't do this to say I'm gonna win at all costs. Like I'm not that type. I will concede. Fatty, we've had debates where I've conceded, where I said, you know what, you got a good point. I agree with you. But then I'll
conceding for us your age, Marte. That's the thing, right? We are getting. I'm definitely better. You know why? Because when I got here, I thought conceding was, I admit that I'm wrong. When y'all concede is to pivot. And I guarantee you, if tomorrow I buy Andrew Wilson, the Fight University, whatever, like Debate University, Verbal Combat, I guarantee you there's a line there that says, use concessions to go back on offense or something very close to it.
Because y'all concessions. You understand that's not a pivot, right?
No. Like it's a better language. When you concede for the regular person means this person can admit that they are wrong, right? When you say I conceded, usually is to go back on offense or to take the conversation from this point that clearly shows that I got you to a point where you think you are going to be able to go back on offense and attack my position. So the concession thing doesn't show good fight at all.
Me a sophist though?
Because you're debating to win.
Oh, wait. That doesn't also make sense. If you're saying that a boxer in the ring took a hit and says, damn, that guy hit me hard, like, and just admits in his corner when they have the little timeouts and tells us the person on his side, hey, that guy hit me hard. He's a tough opponent. That's kind of like a concession and saying, you know what, I concede on that. I'm not going to use this defense when I come at him because he sees a hole in my opening. I'm going to come at him a little different and change up to win. If you say that he's supposed to say, you know what, I'm going to continue the same strategy, and you know what, I'm not doing this to win, why is he even in the ring anyways?
No. I have no like now that ridiculous. No, now that I understand it, I don't have a problem with it. I'm just saying that this is not about right or wrong. This is about winning or losing. And if you debating to win, right, which is most of it, and respectfully, most of these debates don't even have an official winner. So most of it is kind of like a coliseum to entertain the crowd. There's not an official winner or official loser. But a lot of times is you don't make a concession, or you don't determine a word, or you don't go completely let the people see if like your logic is sound, because you want to be on offense, is because you want to win. Like you can see, for example,
what would be wrong with wanting to win though?
It's because you are not.
It's because you want to win. You still
no. You wanted to win is fine. It's like capitalism, right? Capitalism is fine. Like crony capitalism is destructive, right? You wanted to win is okay. You don't want to give the definition of an insurrection because you don't want to defend that position. In my opinion, is right. You ask him. Well, this is things, for example, that Andrew and Rob do. Like Rob, first time I debate him, I was doing very well until he found out my position. Right? It was like a surprise debate, and Jake said, "You know, Fatty is a Bernie bro, right?" And then he asked me a question and said, "Hey, Fatty, do you agree that Obama had meetings with people that were clearly racist, like Farrakhan?" And I said, "Absolutely, Farrakhan is racist." And then I asked, "What about Steve Bannon and Stephen Miller? Do you think they're racist and Donald Trump not just met him, but put him in position of power?" "No, they are not." Right? So it gets to a point where I understand. Yes, it's fine to debate to win. Let's just not pretend that's more than that. It's debate to win. It's not debate to enlighten. It's not debate to learn. It's not debate to exchange blows like a sparring session. It's debate so Patty. I can embarrass you in front of my people and calling you dumb.
Patty, can I tell you something? Let me be honest, because I'm not being totally transparent here, and I mean this in a good way, right? Let me open your eyes to something. The reason why I'm doing debates, and I haven't put it out there, I'm running for city mayor next year. So when you say, yeah, you're not winning, you're not debating to do anything else, like you honestly are just making an assumptive claim. You don't actually know what somebody's intentions are. Intention during a debate, you can even admit you're lying if you say not, that you don't know what somebody's true intentions are. We don't know what somebody's thinking in their mind when they say certain things. And I think that I'll give you a solution, Fatty. You can take it or leave it. But I've seen this on Easy's panel and everywhere else. They literally take like a poll and they'll say, who do you think had the most compelling argument? You could do this. That would be great. At least there would be a judgment. But I'm telling you right now, since I'm running for city mayor next year, there's a win or a lose in that debate, Fatty. Either I lose running for city mayor or I win. So when it comes to the debates, there is a winner or a loser, but you're talking about like informal debates, but that can be reconciled if we have like a poll in the chat. I think that solves a lot of it. Especially
the poll is a popularity contest. It's going to go.
Oh, it's boxing. Boxing can be a popularity contest too.
No, but it's different because if like for example, boxing.
What's that, Patty? What's the decision?
The decision is going to be by a person that might have bias, by whatever. I agree with you. I'm just saying this, right? When think about it, if the fight had a different outcome, if you did the fight in a blue state on the red state, that will be problematic. This is like the debates. If you are debating on the family side, if you go to you saw that shit with Roma.
Is there a win or lose?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
So there's a win or lose when it comes to boxing decisions.
No. Boxing is a pragmatic. There's going to have a result. Winning, lose, or draw, disqualified. No, because let me give you a perfect. Let me give you a perfect example. Who was wrong? You or Roma?
Who's wrong, me or Roma?
Yeah.
Roma's wrong.
Not according to the popular vote.
Yeah, not according to popular vote. So if we had this, guess what happens? I'm right. I would agree with you.
But that's where it's a popularity contest. It's not a winner. It's not a right or wrong.
There is a right or wrong, because I'm telling you right now, she can move the needle more than I can. Patty, I'm literally celebrating a 1,000 stream. You blow me out the water. Roma has 2 million subscribers on YouTube.
No, I don't.
So right now, we could say that she wins because she can move more hearts and minds than I do. My little channel is not moving anything, right? Compared to what she move. That's a win.
But it's not even about that, right? For example, Andrew has a very strong fan base, but Andrew is not mainstream. Mainstream actually agrees with Roma. And I know she's a chameleon. I know she's an ex-sex worker. I know she's like,
You're proving my point.
No. What I'm saying is that if I put, for example, Andrew opinions, which is very popular, and I put Roma opinions in the mainstream, most people will side with Roma. But that doesn't show that she's right. It just shows that she's more popular. Her ideas are more popular.
That she's right. So here's what I'll tell you, Fatty. If you and I, and I'm just gonna be blatantly honest about this, let's say you have 50 followers behind you, and you said the sky was blue. I have 50 followers behind me, and I say the sky's red. You and I get into a fight, and I beat your ass. Like, it's not really gonna happen. It's just hypothetical. And I beat your ass. What color is the sky after that?
It's still blue.
Nope, it's not, because I just literally converted 50 people to sky's red now. That's how religions have been.
It doesn't mean reality.
Been conquered. This is how societal functions, and this is how societal shifts have happened. Because of this.
Your opinion doesn't shape reality. And there's, like I said, there's
Fatty. No, hold on.
And that's my point.
I agree with you. You're totally right about that. But when it comes to Transformers, they're not shifting reality, but now they're using women's restrooms. Why is that? Because now they've shifted the culture so much that a small percentage has moved everybody else to conform to their belief system. That's how it's happened. Historically, I could demonstrate this as well, too.
Yeah, but it's still an unpopular opinion all around the world. Just because you actually, like I said, you can be right or you can be popular. Sometimes you are both. On this battle of ideas, a lot of times it's not about your ideas and what it works. It's about to sell them better and who has a better crowd. Just because you are a better seller or just because you have better supporters doesn't mean that your opinion actually is more valid, because there's a lot of dumb people with a gigantic microphone.
Right. There's a lot of dumb people also that follow people with the gigantic dumb microphone. Those people are easily propagandized and easily shaped. So if these people can move, like Fatty, I'll give you an example. If we had just women vote, just women, right? Women's vote, we could say don't count. We should repeal the 19th. What color would the United States be?
Blue.
Right. Even though their reality, we would say that they're delusional and they're thinking that they should transition minors and do this because men aren't voting for this, and say that men should cooperate in women's sports. They vote for that. We don't do that. They're furthest from reality, I think, in the popular vote as far as things, but it's like they're shaping reality as far as outcomes. So there's a win or lose. So that determines everything else. So by my metric, the sky is now red because of that. They're literally turning the sky red as we speak. We could see this in reality happening politically, and also in sports. This happens all the time. The WNBA just had I think it was a Transformer boy dance at halftime as a girl, and people are allowing this to happen. Massive crowds are accepting this. This is crazy.
But like I said, reality and popularity are two different things. You see all these companies that were in favor of Black Lives Matter and LGBT months all of a sudden get rid of it because it's not popular anymore. So
correct.
Just because you do this, like most of people and most of companies and most of, like, we are going to go after trends. If you see as popular, we do it. If we don't see as popular, we don't. Doesn't that make it right or wrong? I, for example, think that a grown-up woman doing TikTok dances is retarded. Like, because if I actually take the sound out of it and I look at you, I think that is low. But the reality is, just because it's popular doesn't mean it's right.
You switch your stance now. You said, no, it's not right because they do this. Now you said it doesn't matter if they're right or wrong. So you're literally double speaking right now and talking about both.
No. Right is no, I'm not, because it right is no.
It isn't about who's right or wrong. At the end of the day, it's about who's following it. And I think that's bad about our culture. People will be a sheep and follow something even if it's wrong. So I think win or loses, it's like that's really what it is. People don't care about what's right in society anymore. That's why I have to move the culture as far as Christianity. Right. That's why I do debates. But
that's what I'm saying. No, Marte, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, Fatty, real quick. This is why I do this. When you make statements to say that you're not doing this to be, I think, genuine when you do this, you're a sophist and all this is disingenuous. The reason why I do this is because I want to move the culture away from the Roma armies and everybody else more towards a Christian ethical system. And I think the way we can propagandize people is if I win debates doing this, and you could say, well, no, nobody ever wins it. No, we win hearts and minds at home when we destroy leftist rhetoric like your radical coders, your dusties, who I don't like that much, and people like this.
Yeah, but like I said, there's a difference between opinion and fact. If you would say something and you are popular and you have 100 people in the chat say W Marte, W, that doesn't make it a W. That just means that you are popular. And this is what I'm saying. Just because you are winning the minds or changing the landscape, or you are like, just because you are doing it doesn't make you right. It's just people think that you are right. So correct. I think most, I think most of people that are on the debate sphere care more about people thinking they are right, which is the WWWs in the chat, than actually being factually right. That's my opinion.
No, because we know that there's people that think they're right about a debate, and when they're factually wrong and biologically wrong. We have people arguing for transformers in debates right now when really science doesn't even agree with them, biology doesn't agree with them. But when they win a debate, there are people sitting at home that are saying, you know what, he's convinced me. Now I believe that transformers are a real thing, and I think I should transition my kids. There are really stupid people like this. So if you're
they are wrong,
people from reality, I think that this is bad, and I will fight this every tooth and nail step of the way, always.
But that's my point. So they are wrong. That's the thing is, just because you have popular opinion doesn't mean that you are right. And you can see that, for example,
no, I'll agree with you. I'll agree.
So
right, but guess what happens? It's still a win on their side if they can convince more people to convert to their stupid ideology.
Absolutely. So Marte, you know what's the biggest religion in the planet is right now?
Christianity.
Feminism. You might not look it as a religion, but feminism affects more people than probably most of the religions combined.
No, I wouldn't call it a religion. I'd call it the biggest shit test in America. Right now, we're being shit tested.
It's not an American thing. Go to Brazil, go to Portugal, go to Spain, go to France, go to New Zealand, even if you go to Asia, if you go to
Fatty, I don't agree with that. So if you're on a date, I'll give you an example. If I'm on a date with a woman and I say, you know what, I believe in 50-50 with a woman, right? Is she shit testing me to try to see if I can pay for the second meal? And she's like taking advantage of me.
What did you say exactly? What did you say?
Let's say, do you believe women shit test men on dates?
Oh, they shit men on the daily. Yes.
Right. I don't think it's a religion. I think people are propagandized into believing something, but I believe that it's an inherent shit test because women are hypergamist. When you think about it, they want something bigger and better, right? And they're convinced to think this. So I think naturally at their base, like let's say feminism wasn't in there, but if you throw a little bit of feminism on there, the shit testing gets worse. So I don't think it's a religion. My language is this. Well, we could be saying the same thing, Fatty. Let's agree on that. I do believe that people can become religiously indoctrinated towards feminism, but I think that it's a shit test times 50, and it's really bad. It's an overcorrection on a shit test. That's really what I think feminism is.
Yes, feminism is, like I said, just capitalism. In its space is not bad, but when it becomes chronic capitalism, it will fuck up society. So it's the same thing with feminism. And in my, like I said, if you might not look, for example, at capitalism as a religion, but I would kind of, if I believe that most people have money as their God, right? Because most people, people say God over all. If most people put money over God, a lot of them, I would say that they believe money is their God, capitalism is their God. Let's see how much money I can do, how much money I can get, no matter how many people I step on. I just think normally
call that a religion, though. That's just the same. I would just call that materialism. I'd have a different definition for that.
Is words. You can be like, we can use words in different ways because I'm not religious. I don't have the respect for that word the same way you do. That's why you kind of reframe me or using it because you are actually religious. But for me, it's
there's no deity of money. There's no God of money.
But that's my point. To me, it's just the crystallization of what people prioritize. That's all. Like what people will kill for what people would. Like I said, I'm saying, like, if you are, most people would say, I will put God first. I will do everything for my God. My God is the one, is real one, and I'll do everything for him. He comes first. If you are willing to do everything for money, and money definitely becomes your God, you might not recognize it. But I think most people, if they have the bag of money and they have whatever religion paraphernalia is on the other side, they'll pick the bag of money before actually they pick a cross.
But I don't think that could still be a religion. I can consider that like a thought process, an ideology, or maybe a practice, but I wouldn't call that a religion, because here's the reason why I would say that, because that could easily apply to food, that could apply to corn, that could apply to anything else where people abuse things. That could be a drug, but that's not a deity. Like, we don't see that as like something that created everything else. As far as like religion, there's always a deity. I mean, even like Hinduism, where they say, well, that's a whole different conversation. But I think at the main crux, if you look at any religion, there's like one singular deity that's like the creation, or something that just, I would say, is like the father, right? I don't think that food can be a father. If somebody who's so addicted and they worship food all day long, that's not like a deity. It's totally different.
Yes, but there's the thing is, for example, I think it's the Shinto religion in Japan. They don't have a god per se. So at least it's not our version of like a god. This is just like about harmony and respect and like things that actually earthy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they have worship, right? They have a bunch of things that you can, the rituals, but they don't have the god per se.
It's not a religion. That's cult. That can be dumbed down to just culture. That's it.
Yeah, but that's called a religion. It's Shinto is a religion.
Yeah, well, I don't think it fits the confines of this, because like you would need like, I mean, where's their prophet at? They don't have prophets. Where's their deity? So you're saying a religion can exist absent prophets, deity, scripts, like manuscripts?
I didn't decide that. This is what they do over there.
I'm just testing your logic. You know, I'm just saying. So,
yes, and I'm saying, like, you know, when these people, they say, I am not religious, but I'm spiritual. I believe in whatever, right?
I think that's bullshit. They're not accountable. That's what I hear when I hear people say that. Yeah, that's
I hear exactly the same thing. Is you want to connect to God without the responsibilities and the obligations of being connected to God. I get it, right?
I mean, that's like feminism, yeah.
But there's the thing: if all the religions were decided by people and they kind of agreed upon that we're going to call this religion, who am I to tell that person on the? Who am I to say to Scientologists that religion is not
that
right?
Wasn't religion. All religions weren't designed by man.
Yes, they were.
Was Jesus just a man, or was he God?
He was a man, in my opinion.
Jesus
but
was God.
Prove it.
When Matthew came up to him, he said, "My Lord, my God."
Yes, you can use the Bible that was written by man to explain.
Who worked through man? God worked through the vessel of man to write these scriptures.
Who wrote the Bible? Who wrote the Bible? Man or God?
God.
No, Peter was God.
God worked through everybody else as a tool. He works through me, Andrew Wilson, everybody else. He can use anybody.
So does the Satan.
I totally
how you know that's one of the
disagree with that.
No. I'm just saying. So if he was God, why did it? If God wrote, like God was the one writing those things, why did they take books out of the Bible when they did the Council of Nicaea?
Because Satan. Here's the thing, though. Satan tried, or we can even say not even Satan. They were doing forgeries during this time. There was a lot going on, and then man got involved in this. Man is not perfect, right? There's a great question, Fetty, that I'll propose to you. If God can forgive everybody, why doesn't he just forgive Satan? You could ask me better questions than this. That would be a better, more compelling question. Like, if God's all forgiving, why doesn't he just forgive Satan? And even the answer to that is like, Satan sinned out of time. The sin that he created against God was outside of time and space. So it's like, so that's endless. So that's a difference. So it's like, there's always an answer in Christianity when we look at things. Always, Fatty.
But you just defeat your own argument. If there was a lot of if there was a lot of forgeries and people passing by, righteous people, God people getting their way and writing some things in certain Bibles, like that actually proved that the Bible might be a fallible book with a lot of falsifiable information that we have no idea if it's right or not. Yes, absolutely. You said it.
So Fatty, if you have a court, let's say you have a court and they try to say if OJ did it, right, with Nicole Simpson, all this other stuff happened, right? And then the glove doesn't fit. You find out that the glove was a forgery. It was just something that the defense tried to use against him. The glove doesn't fit. Johnny Cochran had the saying, if the glove doesn't fit, you must have. So if we really think about this, we have to really think about how evidence doesn't fit. This is what the Council of Nicaea, everybody else did this through the councils. We had to vet this. So there was a system in place. So you're negating this whole system of good men who are prophets and people got together, right? It was probably heated during this time. So there was a system in play. You're just saying that people got together. You don't know if there was like some scoundrels that got involved and some heinous acts. People just tried to do no, you're going to have to get it past a lot of wise men during these councils who knew what they were doing. These were men who knew what they were doing.
Yes, but they kind of didn't, because they failed a lot in the Bible too. They did a lot of things.
You mean they were human beings? Oh crap! Oh shit!
Yeah, as human beings. Like my point is this, Marte. Human beings are fallible. Human beings lie.
Correct. I'll give
you that. The Bible was written by human beings. There's a high percentage chance that one page might be bullshit, and if one page might be bullshit, that leaves me like that. This is open. Like it's like you say, when defense falsifies one piece of evidence, you can look at the rest of piece of evidence and say, you know what? Hey, tamper with evidence, so we can accept this in court. If you are telling me that there's a possibility that one page of the Bible was there or was ripped from the original book that should stay there because some man got together and decided to put it or to take it from there, I can now have a case in saying, yes, this can be a falsifiable book.
But the burden would lie on you. Can you show me one? Can you show me one book in the Bible?
You can prove a negative. No, you can't prove a negative. The burden is on you.
Well, hold on. You're the one that's saying that it's false. I'm not saying it's false. I'm just saying.
No. What I said was, and this is how this is started. Was the Bible written by people or by God? You said by God. So the burden of proof is on you to prove that God actually wrote the Bible.
So did Jesus say words in sentences when he was on planet Earth?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that the tradition of the time, because a lot of people didn't write or read at the time, I'm not saying all of them, but this was the mainstay of the time, that a big tradition was passing stories down and making sure that these stories were intact? Storytelling was very traditional during this time.
100%.
Right. So if Christ uttered words and then people wrote these words down, wouldn't that be God writing the Bible?
No, because you can prove it.
Well, hold
it's
on.
Like no. You see, please, 1 second. You asked me a question.
Oh, that's crazy.
Can you prove were fiction novels being written back then?
I'm sure that people had like things equivalent to Aesop's tales during the time.
Like people were writing about aliens and fables and Hercules and giants.
I actually don't even know. I'll even tell you. I don't know if they were talking about aliens during this time.
No, you can even see. No.
Constantine during the time wrote about Christ. He talked about seeing. Matter of fact, not only this, but we also had Pontius Pilate write about Christ. Things like this. He was written about by people outside of Christianity.
No, of course. But what I'm saying is that you have hieroglyphs in caves with hundreds of thousands of years, with people using the way that they communicate to talk about aliens and gods of the rain and like, right? You had that shit before. So if I can tell you that human beings, because we are fallible and we didn't have all the words and all the ideas, we thought that every time there was a storm or there was a flood, it was God punishes and all that. If the same way they interpreted things and they wrote things that were not facts, they were fiction, why can I not believe? Why can I not just say, hey, your argument is fallible, because the same way they depicted historical things, they probably depicted some things that never happened, just like we do today, just like we ever did, because the human brain is awesome.
So I'll tell you one thing, Fatty. These hieroglyphics that you bring up, I'm going to use that for an example, right? So if we have hieroglyphs and then we have the Bible, which do you think was the most studied artifact in history compared to both of them?
The Bible, because the Bible was spread around.
More, sifted more, judged more, scrutinized more, the hieroglyphs or the Bible?
The Bible.
Right. So here's
there's a terrible point.
No, it's not a terrible point. So here's the thing though. When 500 people have seen Christ rise from the dead and all this, so I also do want to ask this question. Why are we on this subject? Because we were talking about black women. The topic that I really wanted to talk about more is race relations. Now we're on the Bible and stuff. This is really weird, Fatty, how you just deviated. There's a pattern with you, Fatty. I noticed this. Unless it's your chat, you like to stay on point, but it's mine. It's derail. Let's go back. Let's sift through Marte's whole logic. It's crazy.
Hey, Marte, you know why there's a terrible example? Because he sees by people popularity, how many people read it, how many people review it, and all this shit. I could say that Harry Potter books are more actually reliable than the hieroglyphs in the caves, because more people know about it, more people review it, more people did A, B, C.
Fine, let's use that, Eddie. Let's use that argument, right? So Harry Potter's more reliable than the hieroglyphs because it's more popular, more people know about this. But the Bible,
that was your argument, not mine, just to make sure.
Dominates both these cultures that you even bring up, because the Bible, matter of fact, it predates us as far as our knowledge of current history, modern day, and it's the ecumenical councils, church history of over 2,000 years has been intact. We have records, apostolic succession. We know which hands were laid on what. That's more intact history than we have as far as Harry Potter, which is modernity. So to me, it's that's not even a good argument either.
It will be not modernity in 2,000 years. and the thing is, Harry Potter actually has a similar story to Jesus. He's the chosen one. He had Satan going after him, and this is respectfully, in 2,000 years, and especially if we don't have no type of extinction type of thing happening, you are going to look at right now, which is modernity, as the Stone Age, and you are going to wonder once you actually get to a movie. Imagine that you go to LA and they are scavenging the ground, and it says, "Oh my God, this is a castle. This is the famous Hogwarts that was on that book that we watched 2,000 years ago on Universal Studios. There's a massive Hogwarts castle. You can prove me that's not real."
This is a terrible argument. You realize that, right?
It's real. I found the castle. Right?
This is a really terrible argument.
It's actually a very sound argument. If you're going to talk about things,
it's not a really good argument, and I can tell you why it's not a good argument. So
I think we should go back to Black Woman then, because you're not making sense, Martin.
So Fatty, let me be honest with you. So I'm what they call a catechumen in the Orthodox Church. I would love to dominate you in this debate at another time, but I can't do what they call an exegesis on this, because I don't have permission from my church to do theological debates. So I'm just being honest. This isn't me running from a debate.
No, I don't have a problem with that. And Marte, like I said, I'm a businessman, Marte. I'm a YouTuber. I don't take this personally unless it's actually personal. See what I'm saying?
I don't take it personally unless you're a Dusty or Ryan.
So you take it personally?
Yeah, I
especially Ryan. Ryan doesn't do nothing.
Right. So, Ryan does a lot. Ryan does a lot. So his rhetoric that he espouses, if he repeats it enough time, you're going to have two idiots buying it from the audience who used to sit on a fence. That's why I do take it personally. And matter of fact, I'm debating First Amender. Some of this, I'm going to take half of that personally, because if he, think about it, matter of fact, I just proved that to you in this argument right now by saying I didn't want to represent Christianity in a debate, because if I do this, the reason why I can't do this and the reason why it's a personal thing is because if let's say you blow me out, Fatty, which isn't going to happen. Let's be honest. We're going to have a difference of opinion. Let's say we have a religious argument and you blow me out, right? I could be deconverting people at the same time. That's why there's some personal issues associated with this, because some of this we have an investment. That's why when you make an argument, Fatty, and you say, no, you're not doing this because you really want to move the needle in culture or anything. You're just doing this because you just want to win. No, that's not it, Fatty. Because if I do want people to move towards Christ, I want people that are indecisive to be decisive and pick a side. To me, I'm invested in that, because if I have people and you blow me out in a debate on Christianity and they're like, man, why would I represent that when that doesn't look even good? Matter of fact, Fatty's right. Christ never existed, and it's like now all of a sudden I'm turning more people away from Christ. That's what I mean. That's why there is personal investment on this, Fatty. So I can't say that there isn't.
I don't have a problem with the personal investment thing. I just think this is not the righteous sphere. This is the Coliseum. This is the place where I look at the crowd while I'm whooping your ass and I said, "Are you not entertained?" This is not the righteous sphere. So even if you say that, Marte, even if you say that, actions talk more louder than words. There's nobody on my side or your side that actually are interested in like they might be interested in second or third, but on the priority list is going to be entertainment overall.
So entertainment, so here's the thing though. If you're entertaining somebody and you're using a nature channel and they're learning about the mongoose and the platypus, that it's poisonous, it has like a spine attached to its leg. It's poisonous. It looks like a duck, but it's furry, right? It's a funny looking animal. They're entertained while being educated, and also their belief system is being changed at the same time. All this can be baked into the whole platter, Fatty. That's what I'm saying.
Sure.
You can't, there's no way you can divorce a really strong belief system that we want to convert for the masses, for my children and their children, and change culture from degeneracy, from Romas, OnlyFans, and all this other culture. Why not being serious? Like, it does matter, Fatty. All this is combined. It matters.
No. You think it might matter, but in my opinion, is the overall, like, none of these things are mainstream. None of these conversations be taught by the average person. This is all entertainment. Most of the people that watch you, watch me, watch Andrew, watch Tommy Sotomayor, they are not there for the lessons. They are there for the entertainment.
That doesn't make any sense.
You know I know that? Because if even, for example, if you go ahead and you do pedagogic, I'm going to teach you how to make money, fix a tire, do whatever. Those people are not there to how to treat better your woman or your kids.
Daddy, that doesn't make any sense. I'll tell you why it doesn't make any sense. When you say it's not mainstream, so prohibition wasn't mainstream, right? Matter of fact, it was shunned. It was put in the bag. So when you talk about things like this, if we eliminate Glocks just got as a weapon, they discontinued it, right? Let's say 2A rights got discontinued. You create a black market. Things don't need to be mainstream. BLM became mainstream because it was an underground roots movement. Matter of fact, I think it was disingenuous. I can use a different example. But there are things that are grassroots that don't need to be public, and they're more powerful than public spectacles that we see. But this is why
they have the majority support, and if they don't, they have a large base that actually helps them either get there or co-opt other powerful groups that actually get them there. When it comes to what people teach, right? Like, for example, if let's go, Anton Daniels has 300,000 people watching his shit, right? And he's talking about finances, mix it up a little bit with entertainment and all that. And Andrew Wilson is doing this, talking about religion on TikTok, and he has 3,000 people watching, right? How many of those people do you think would watch if they weren't entertaining?
I can't say that. I don't know.
Majority? 50% cut?
You mean if they weren't entertaining?
If they weren't entertaining, if entertainment was like, how many people do you think are watching this for entertainment purposes instead of learning?
It depends, because you could be educational and entertaining at the same time. So
yes, you can do edutainment, but if I take the entertainment out of the edutainment and I put education, how many people do you think are going to watch it?
It's gonna make. So here's the thing, though. The reason why, Fatty, let me be honest with you. I was just doing panel. Like, remember when you hold panels and you're not having debates? That's all I did before I got into debates. When I watched Andrew Wilson, I wasn't even a Christian then. Believe it or not, the reason why I got to become a Christian is because I saw Andrew Wilson debate, and that's why I now debate and fight back against degeneracy, and why I'm Christian. He converted me. So if you think about this, I'm a living example as to how powerful debates are.
Yeah,
Extremely powerful.
But the exceptions don't
No,
like
I'm not an exception. I get messages all the time,
there's a person that can come around and says I was an heterosexual alpha male conservative and I watch Destiny and now I'm a cuck. Now I like to sit in the corner and watch.
Do you believe that? Fatty,
that doesn't
let me
prove
look at
nothing.
your chat. So if we look at your chat and everybody says, "No, Fatty, I'm a new subscriber, man. I like what you're hearing." Do you ever hear any of that stuff? Because I see it in your chat all the time. Hey, I'm new here. Oh man, I like what you're saying, Fatty. Oh wait, hold on. All these are just anecdotes, right? Even though I say it constantly, right? Do you think that this happens a lot on the Crucible side as well, too?
Absolutely, even more.
Okay,
but 1 second. But
oh my god,
I think
you're not even good at this right now.
No, it's because you have no. Hey, Marte, I'm like people compliment me, like people saying, "Oh, Fatty, you are slimmer." Doesn't if I'm not slimmer, like I will take it. Thank you very much, I appreciate it, but I'm not slimmer. I didn't lose no weight. It might be a camera angle or something like that. I know that most people watch my shit because of entertainment. It's escapism. They have a difficult life. They have long shifts. They have a family that are kind of tired. They need to go ahead and run away a little bit from it. And listening to podcasts on YouTube is fun. So they actually do it.
Yes. So hold that thought real quick, Fatty. So in debates, there are people that you believe that have escapism, right? They're running from something or they're too busy. They'll put something on the background. Do you believe that seeds can be planted and we can hear songs in the past? Matter of fact, I'll even use music as a reference. If we hear a song, it can become stuck in your head the whole day and you're just like, damn, why is this song? Oh, yes, because I heard this twice on repeat.
There's a high possibility of that, but there's a low probability.
Right.
There's a high possibility that something can. There's a high possibility that something can make you think. There's a low probability of something that can make you that you're going to do something to change it. So you are talking about you are talking about possibilities. You are talking about possibilities. Like you said, you converted. It's possible that one of these people that were going to jump off a bridge saw the podcast and says, "You know what? I'm not going to do it. I'm going to A, B, C, D, E." What I'm telling you is that for a majority of people, this is just entertainment. Just like I love to watch Mr. Olympia and motherfucking Dino winning and Sibam talking about it. And I'm like, man, you see what I'm talking about? And you know what? And I'm still 300 motherfucking pounds, even though I know things about cutting weight and doing weight, and I actually like the sport and I like this shit. I just saying that most people are like me. They're not like you. You got motivated to go back to the gym and to work harder and all that shit. I saw that shit. I thought it was very entertainment, and I got a Twinkie. Most people are me, are not you.
So here's the thing, though. I understand. Like, let's even concede that the majority doesn't listen. They just like people getting dunked on. They like seeing these only OF girls on whatever dunked on. They don't pay attention to the orthodoxy. Here's the thing, though, and this is my whole point. This whole time I've been talking to you. If I talk to 50 people and 4 people decide to say, you know what, I'm on board and I'm truly going to change my life, to me, that's more than I would have ever had changed their life, or Andrew Wilson or anybody else, just by his presence alone. Other than just doing nothing and standing by the wayside and just saying, oh, it's just entertainment, it's nothing, I'm not going to make an impact. That's why we do this, because over a period of time, there's a battle of attrition that they're winning against us. They're converting a lot of people in these simps. Matter of fact, Fatty, you deal with this a whole lot. You're dealing with simps. Public Offender, by the way, is converting a lot of women over to buying his BS all the time because he's pandering the women.
No, absolutely not. They were already taught like that, and it's just a confirmation.
Think he's pandering to women and it's working?
No. He's pandering to women, but these women are already at this they had these thoughts. They're just looking for confirmation on the internet, and a lot of them are even lying. A lot of women actually look at that as entertainment, because the biggest number that Public Offender has is when he's fighting us. It's not when he's alone talking to them.
So you believe that subliminal communication is true? Meaning, like, if they hear things enough times, then they all of a sudden start uttering this thought, and then the sisterhood that bolsters and strengthens this belief system in their sisterhood, saying, hey, check this out. I thought this was funny, because even in the joke, there's truth in it. So they buy this as
I don't agree with that.
Spread this.
I don't agree with that, because
You know why I don't agree with that? Because if that was the case, if enough men said we don't want hosts, they would agree with it and they wouldn't do it. If most men said we want better cooks and want better cleaners, they would be influenced and do that. You can't tell me that men from Africa to Asia to South America, like you can tell me that most men, like all of us, brothers, fathers, all of that, are telling women exactly what we want, and they are so like, oh, my brother is telling me this, my father is telling me this, so I'm going to do it. If that was the case, women wouldn't be not acting the way they are. They would be actually they will be influenced by all these men telling them what they want, and they don't. So,
Fatty, this wasn't your argument before, because
no,
when I asked you,
that was my
who's
argument.
running the world and who has most power, you'd say women do, right? But now you're saying if men decided this and that, it wouldn't happen. That's crazy because you're flip flopping.
No, but that's my point. That's exactly my point. Women are who they are. And no matter how many fresh and fits, whatever's, Andrews, Ferris, Martes telling them to do some bullshit, they are not going to do it until they decide to do it. Like, our words are not going to influence almost no woman to actually do it. And if they do it, most of these women, like you said from Roma, they're chameleons. They're doing it because it's convenient. They're doing, like, for example, let's like Sarah, right? When I got to Sarah channel, Sarah, like 50, 60 people watching. Sarah was, in my opinion, a raging feminist. And when Andrew pulled up, Sarah kind of like shifted a little bit to the more conservative, the right. And what I'm saying is that Sarah is like most women, in my opinion, on the space, outside of the space, and all that. You might talk with them, and I might be influenced here and there, and kind of talk about it and go a certain type of way. But they are who they are. They're not going to change because you said something. If they change, it's because something that they actually had in their head decided to change. No matter how many times, Marta, you tell me to get slim, I'm not going to get slim because of you. I'm not going to get slim because motherfucking C-Bum told a Fatty, you need to go to the gym. I will go to the gym when I decide to go to the gym, not because people around me are telling me. I believe this is most people.
No, I agree with you. Fatty, I'm not going to disagree with you, but am I sophist because I agree with you because I want my point and my message to spread across the world? You see how not sophist I am? I'm just proving that right now.
Because don't do that. You are not in debate mode right now, but as soon as you do,
you know I'm right. Hold on. You know I'm right. But hold on, Fatty. Back to this, because I just proved to you that I'm not sophist by using a demonstration right now. I can do this, and then I can move along because that's how good I am. But back to this, I can agree with you that a lot of people aren't going to change because the need to want to change has to be greater than your need to stay the same. If a woman's in a relationship and she's getting all the benefits because she's dealing with the Sims, she can move on to the next person because there's a lot of people, it's a dime a dozen, who's going to pay $5 for something like every single month for a membership because they're not going to be able to touch it, taste it, feel it, experience it, or anything like this. There's a lot of men like this all the time. Because we're losing this war, it doesn't mean we shouldn't try to convert people, because I do believe that it's powerful. We can convert people. But here's the thing though, Fatty, this is the difference. And let me wrap this up because I'm going to make this real quick. You need people that are going to be in the trenches, including even you, Fatty. If you want people to believe in something, you have to be charismatic, you have to be competent, you have to be entertaining. I think that we need competent, entertaining people who are good at what they do in the front. Otherwise, you're just providing stupid, mindless entertainment, and you're not going to move the needle anything. That's why we do have Andrew Wilson, and we're going to have more people than that. I mean, I do want to get better. That's why I do this, is because we need better people. We have a lot of stupid people. You would even agree with me on this. Your public offenders that pander, all this other shit. But if you weed it out, there's good people out here with good messages out here that we want to change the world with.
I don't have a problem with that, Marte, right? But for example, I don't think your people are good people. I think most of the people that are on your side, just like everybody else, are sheeps. They like Sarah because Andrew told them. And then Andrew told them he doesn't like Sarah anymore. So they said, I don't like Sarah anymore. And if Andrew tomorrow says, I like Sarah, they were going to like Sarah again. Like, I personally believe... Well, one second, please. I believe that most people are sheeps, but it's on a superficial level. You are a personal trainer, you kind of know. Most people that have tremendous weight loss get that motherfucking weight back again. Like, they tried very hard. They have a season of fitness, and then they go back to the bad habits. This is what I think about people. I believe that you, Andrew, and all these good people that are trying to get a little bit of the world a little bit better, I believe there's a space for y'all. I'm not telling you to stop trying. I'm not telling you that you should go to the place. What I'm saying is that don't think that you are going to make a dent in this planet, because most of the people that are watching me, you, whatever podcast, whatever personality, they don't care. They're there for the hoo ha ha, else, and they go right back to their life without using nothing that they learned
False.
before.
Patty, we saw an example with Charlie Kirk. People care enough to do things like that, heinous things. They care enough to hold candlelight vigils when things happen to somebody because their message was that powerful.
And nobody's talking about him anymore.
Fatty, I didn't even interrupt you one time. They
no, I know.
enough.
I was just being mean.
People that couldn't debate worth a shit had to go to a bullet. So that's the problem with this thinking. I think that if we can make a move, I think that this is extremely powerful. Now, back to your other point, because you were gish galloping a little bit, I want to address one point at a time. Your point was saying that we're all sheep. The reason why I say this is because I'm friends with Andrew first before I'm like Crucible anything. Believe it or not, I was coach.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. You have a real personal. I don't. Hey, one second before you go, I just want to make this sure. It's like me and Ali. Ali might do something that is I don't agree. I will follow along because that man is my friend. You see what I'm saying? Right. I'm not talking about you because you have a personal rush. I'm talking about the viewers. No, it's just my friend. I'm not talking about you. I literally said this for you not to use your personal situation because this is your friend. I'm talking about the regular viewer of everybody shows that is there, and he says, I don't know, whatever person. Andrew Tate said something, and so I agree with him. I'm not talking about Andrew Tate's friends. Andrew Tate's friends should ride with his friend because they're friends. So that's not being a sheep. That's being a friend.
So do you think everybody that was following Christ was a sheep?
If you talk about it depends, because I don't know a lot about Christ, but I don't know. They were not sheep because actually Christ was hated more than one loved when they were on earth, right? If Jesus existed, he was actually the contrarian, right?
Andrew Tate. So here's the thing, though. If we look at Christ was hated. Andrew Tate is hated by a lot of people. Governments try to take him down. So by your logic, they're not sheep who follow Andrew Tate.
I think somebody.
Thanks for the raid, Josie. I appreciate it.
I think if somebody said this before, I think you said this before to you. If I think actually was flow state. If you follow somebody, right? And you follow that person because they are the mainstream. And then you have these contrarians that are going to go no matter what happens against the system, against the matrix. They are sheep too. I think most people on both sides, either you follow the mainstream thing or you are just a person that is a contrarian. Most people, I think, a gigantic majority, they don't think. They have afterthoughts. I think what we're doing here right now is we're sparring because we have ideas, and the person that explains their idea and how they got there usually is the person that succeeded because he explained how he got there. I think most people have afterthoughts. Most people is as simple as W's and L's. They can explain to you how they got to that W. They just feel like there's a W. They just feel like there's a L. And if you actually look a little bit beneath the surface, you are not going to find the thought pattern in why this person thinks this opinion other than my dad told me so.
Patty,
not that exists. Majority
that doesn't exist.
No, majority of people.
I'm not even disputing that a majority doesn't exist because I do believe that people are, like Fatty. I'll give you an example. Our comprehension level is like at the booming, going down to like the 7th grade level as far as like literacy, education. These people, because you complain, you say, well, I'm still kind of learning how to articulate myself with English. No, these people are like worse than you, Fatty, in America. Our levels are lower than your comprehension, your level of understanding. So I do believe that that's true, but this is like a bigger comprehensive system of like how public schools are leaning, how we're leading towards degeneracy, things like that. That's why these public debates debates are important. That's why I will go against people like Dusty. That's why I will go against ideology, things like this. So it's bigger than that. You may think about it as, I'm not telling you what you think, but I'm just saying, let's say that you just think that this is just entertaining. Sooner along the line, if you hear this rhetoric long enough, I'm going to plant a seed and you're going to say, you know what, Marte, because we do our deepest thinking in the shower. You might say, Marte does have a point. Let me go check out this parish or something like that. That can happen in the population. That's what I'm hoping to do. That's all I'm saying. I agree with you that the majority of the population is sheeps, but it's because of the systemic issue of poor education, black culture, of saying because if I'm educated, black culture is going to say, you're trying to be white. Like, that's stupid. So there's a lot of this happening. This is a deeper conversation that we could have in just 1 hour, to be honest.
I don't understand why you put black culture there, but I'll leave it alone because it's 8 a.m. and I'm not trying to fight with you again.
The education level, black culture is accepting this. Have you ever heard this by black people? They'll say, "Well, why are you trying to be white? Why are you acting white?"
No, that's fair, but that's just about like how people express themselves in Ebonics or whatever accent, whatever.
That's not expression. That's crabs in a bucket. Let's be honest.
No, that's fair. But if you're talking about education, black people are not teachers. They're not. They are not most teachers. They are not the.
There's a lot of black teachers out here.
No. There's a lot of everything. There's a lot of gay people. They are not. There's a lot of people that like to climb mountains, but it's not like this is once again, Marta. This is why you're never going to actually. You are going to win debates because you are a good debater. But if we on Piers Morgan, we try. This is why you're never going to actually be. As soon as you pin down, like the whataboutism is a gift and a curse. As soon as you pin down something about black people that is important, I can give you 3, 4, 5 examples of things that the majority population, white people, do that is way more important for the future of your kids than, for example, whatever Tyrone is doing in downtown Chicago. You see what I'm saying? Like, for example, your thing is religion, like the Orthodoxy and all that.
I don't even talk about orthodoxy in debates, Fatty.
No, I know. But it's just an example, right? If you and Andrew and all the Orthodox bros were trying to implement orthodoxy in the planet because you guys think it's the most important thing a person could have, so you guys can achieve success and all the things, black people wouldn't be in your way. Black people would be the worst of your problem, like would be the last of your problems, the least of your problems, because there's a tremendous amount of white people, from Catholics to Jehovah's Witness to Mormons to like Jews. Yeah, they will never accept that shit. Never. Like, black people will be the last of your concerns. Before you get to black people, you have to go past a tremendous. Do you think that's false?
I can demonstrate how it's false. Remember, I showed you these pictures of these white women that I dated in the past. You know who was the most feminine to me in the past? And I could talk to any black woman. Matter of fact, I'll even go to your panel and talk to men who are black that have dated white women. They're the most feminine towards us. They're the most softest and kindest people toward us compared to black women toward us.
And they still divorce rape you at a gigantic proportion. So
you mean the same as black women? Are you trying to say black women don't do this?
Marte, I think I told you this before. The divorce rate, the divorce rate in Portugal on the last 15 years is 70%. This is a ultra white Christian country, but it's like there's a tremendous amount of feminism going on, and women are revolting just like they're revolting in every place in the West. What I'm saying is this: black women, at least for the most part, you know what you're dealing for. They are overt about what they do, right? The twerking, the way they dance, the way they communicate. You are going to see that shit.
Not going to be feminine, going to be masculine.
Yes, white woman, you get the shit on the back end, because you only know your woman when you meet her at divorce court. And these white women are not saying, "Oh, I'm going to let my ex-husband that I was very submissive get the house and the kids," and all. They'll try to divorce grade him just like every woman on the planet. So you might not get the performance, but the results are not that different, because white men started this shit. If you actually look at, like, there's no reason like you have a Fresh and Fit, which had like more of a urban base before they actually went mainstream. There's no reason Brian and the whatever podcasts are that big. There's no way Rollo Tomasi exists. There's no way Tom Likas exists. There's no way the white manosphere was way bigger than anything the black manosphere could produce. There's no way that you think they don't have the same problems. It's just again.
That's just nonsense. And I can tell you why it's nonsense. So if I know that in by your own words, I'm going to quote what you just said. You said, at least I know what I'm getting up front, which is and I'm putting my own words and my own spin in this, which I think is reality. A masculine, aggressive, combative black woman. I know what I'm getting into, which is inevitably a divorce for certain. Or do you think a man's going to gravitate towards, even if it's like not up front from the back end, do you think he has a better chance of convincing a woman who's going to at least play along compared to a woman who won't play it along?
I think they're both screwed. I think they're both screwed. But in my view, no, one second. Please, 1 second.
That's what I'm saying.
Being rational. And the thing is, your question is a little bit crooked because you said there's no way that works, right? Because some masculine women have peaceful relationships, not regular, but it happens, right?
No,
but let's go with your thing. Let's go with what you said. I believe that I believe that is exactly the metrics. I would choose the relationship that has chance before I choose the relationship that doesn't. But that's not the point, Marte. I think both of them. No, I think both of them are shit sandwiches. I think the outcomes for the most part are going to end up the same. You are just going to get the shit sandwiches with diarrhea, and I'm going to get the cheese sandwich that has a little bit of cheese on it and a little bit of ham, so it doesn't taste like shit. I think
Fatty, I'll tell you, even like I can't even use a good hypothetical. If I have a black woman who's going to be combative and aggressive and really masculine, like the first time I was on your panel, which was a great example, she got destroyed too by me in a debate. So back to this. If I have a black woman that won't go to church with me, which is called liturgy, we call liturgy. She won't go anywhere with me, won't listen to me or do anything like this. I have a 0% chance, like probably a 5% chance that she'll convert or actually listen to me. But then I have a white woman. Let's say it's a shit sandwich on the back end, right? But she plays along. I have more chances to plant more seeds. She's more willing and submissive up front, which means like, hey, I at least have a greater time frame to make a difference compared to this black woman where I have no time frame. I would rather choose the white girl over anything else. That's what I'm doing. I'm making a threshold argument. But because when you look at black women, they're more submissive towards white men. White men get more submissiveness, more femininity out of black women than we do. So I think if you look at this makes total sense.
Yeah, but you are trying to be logical. Like I told you this before, Marte. You're going to actually snap out of it. You can use logic to describe a logical being, and that's what women are not logical.
I'm not doing that.
No. So let me explain what I'm saying. Right? Let me ask you this. Which woman do you think is worst, the chameleon or the straight up hoe?
Okay, those are two different things. I wasn't.
No. It's just hard to get somewhere. The chameleon that presents herself like all these thread con wives now that were like you saw the Dan Bilzerian thing that happened.
A chameleon and a hoe has nothing to do with just a race argument.
No. I got you. I'm just saying. No, 1 second. Right. I'm just saying we're talking about behaviors, right? Because there's a lot of black women. 1 second.
Equivalent though.
No, right. But there's a thing because there's a lot of black women that are feminine. You can actually find them. They look feminine, they dress feminine, they talk feminine. Like you can find them, right? But if I'm saying this, in my point of view, and this is what I'm explaining, I rather deal with the devil I know than with the devil that I don't know. I rather have a real enemy than have a fake friend. And I can actually identify exactly who's in front of me and then choose if I want to play the game or not. With this covert woman, in my opinion, the most dangerous woman in the planet is not the hoe, is not the bad woman, is the chameleon. Is the woman that presents herself as a good woman, and then when you actually are into deep, you might have some year relationship, a mortgage, and a kid. She actually shows her true colors. I rather deal with the first one than with the second one. Do you agree with that or not?
No, I don't agree with this at all because you're assuming that the person could be fallacious, that they're a chameleon. Like I haven't made any of these empty assertions that you've made.
No, that's what most women are.
No, hold on. No, I would agree with you that the society that we have right now, feminism is pervasive, right? It's ingrained in the water we drink, the air we breathe. I agree with you on this. But here's the thing, though. In the middle of feminism, right, you have all these women, Fatty. This is my argument. I'm making a threshold argument here. So if you have a bunch of women, you have black women on one side and white women on one side. You as a black person have admitted, you said, I date white women. You've already
because
said
of proximity.
But
because of proximity, not because of behavior.
But hold on though. If we're really thinking about this, I also date white women. The reason why I can say that I date white women is because culturally right now, there's a stigma that happens right now. If you date a black woman, you're going to get combative in nature, everything up front, and it's going to be harder. You got your work cut out for you. But as far as like white women, if I was going to date a white woman, I have more femininity, and this is kind of circular at this point. I'm just going to let you know right now. We can move on to another argument.
No. Because I have to go.
I want, and I have the threshold is I'm going to have a greater chance of planting seeds of this woman. She's going to give me more grace. I'm going to have more time, and I'm going to have more to work with and change her as a person. If she really adores me and really admires me, and I keep this masculine frame, I'm using Rollo Tomasi's verbiage here, and I keep this masculine frame, I can then convert her, whereas the black woman, I can't convert at all because she's not even on board in the first place. That's my whole argument. It's just a threshold argument.
No, sure. So this is my last question. Average age of marriage is 29 years old, 30 on the United States. How many bodies do you think your future woman is going to have when you meet her to marry her? A white woman.
What are you talking about? How many years?
How many bodies? You are going to meet her at 29. She probably was active from 16, high school, college, Ibiza, like all these women. Like, what is the average? What is the amount of bodies that you think the white woman that you're going to meet at 29 and marry has?
I don't know, to be honest.
Would be a low or a high body count?
If I got with somebody who got married, because I know a couple of white women that got married, right? They stayed with their husband. They didn't cheat. They had one body for like 7 years and then they got divorced. I could assume maybe there's like a couple bodies. So maybe let's just say 7. I'm going to be generous and say 7.
Yes. That 7 is before they go to college. And this is what I'm talking about.
No, I'm not talking about before. So you're talking about college, right?
No. What I'm talking now, that's not what I said. The average age of marriage is 29. Right? Wait, 29.
Okay, so hold on.
Your woman was somewhere before she married you. She was somewhere, right? She was not yours.
So hold on.
She was somewhere.
So here's the thing. You're making a very fallacious argument because that's not my argument.
No. I'm not saying that's your argument. No, I'm not saying.
I'm talking about how they are right now.
But I didn't say that was your argument. I said that we are both going to get shit sandwiches. You are talking about attitude. Attitude is one of the things that men want in women. Men want women that are virtuous. Men want women that are not rent-free. Men want women, right? So what I'm telling you is that you are going to run of black women because they have an attitude just to get back you with 32 bodies that look at you as a security
That's an
option.
Empty assertion.
No, there's a what?
That's an empty assertion. You don't know.
You literally quoted
argument,
you literally quoted Rollo Tomasi. What do you think Alpha Fox and Beta Bugsy?
No, do you understand the reason why I quoted him?
So do you agree with him?
I'll repeat this again. The reason why I quoted him is because we want to be firm, fair, and consistent in our rhetoric and our belief system. The reason why I quoted him is because it's a belief system. It's not telling women what they've done. I'm just saying overall, like what they are, not what they've done. You're making an argument about
once a hoe, always a hoe. Once a cheater, always a cheater.
Like what?
No. You believe in redemption. I don't. No. You believe in redemption. I don't. I believe in that's of course. There's a very small part of the population that actually changed their behavior completely. Most of us, 80-90%, and again, opinion, we just don't change. We just either take a break or mask it better. That's what I actually believe. So even if I concede that you are not going to deal with the attitude and all that shit, you are going to believe with this. You are going to have to deal with the same motherfucking number of bodies. You are going to deal with the same woman that has a feminist background, a feminist mindset. You are going to deal with the same woman that thinks that she's the princess of this planet and she's entitled to do whatever they want, and you are just a safety plan. Like,
Patty,
where am I wrong?
You're wrong because your approach is very nihilistic. So if I can steel man what you're saying all women are fucked regardless.
I
no
didn't
matter
say
what,
all women.
you just have to.
I said most.
What were you saying?
I said most, not all. Nobody, nothing is low.
Okay, I'll change my verbiage. Most women are fucked regardless. That's what you're saying. That's your argument.
No, that's not my argument.
Can you say your argument and be
my
very concise?
My argument is, if you live in the West, you are going to have a bad deal regardless. With black woman, you are going to see it. With black woman, you are going to see it up front with the behavior, with the twerking, with how they position themselves, with being loud. With white women and other communities, you are going to see it on the backhand, the way that they treat you after you get married, the way that you treat you after you put a baby on them, the way they treat you once they get you divorced. Their past, how many baby daddies do they have? What were they doing in college? What were they doing before they met you? Those women are corrupted. They're just corrupted on a different way, and I did better. I rather deal with the demon that I know than with the demon that I don't. That's all I'm saying. Do you understand?
You're making an empty assertion. You're saying these women, right? You're making a generality, and then you're saying no, most of them, and then you're saying these as if it's like a general statement.
Majority of women,
all of them.
And then no. Oh my God, Marte, come on, man. A generalization is most.
Right,
just like
I agree with you,
like
but
you're saying,
understand how you sneak it in. You say, okay, great. I'll even accept the generalization that you're saying. Okay, most in general, the same thing. I'll grant you that. We'll even say that. But when you say they have this behavior, this is what they do. Well, hold on. Do you see how very black pill this is of you to say that?
No, it's not. It's reality. It's not black pill. Reality is red pill, not black pill.
No,
reality. The describing reality.
Hold on,
describing reality is red pill, not black pill.
You understand why I brought up Rolo Tomasi? The reason why I brought him up is because can you even agree that if I hold my masculine frame and I'm firm, fair, and consistent with my woman, and she admires me and adores me and looks up to me and loves me, that I'll be able to map on this leadership skill to her and she'll respect me?
Pill.
There's going to be less deviation. Well, hold on. Would you admit that there's going to be less deviation of behavior in this woman?
Yes, but that's not red pill.
Right.
No, but that's not red pill. You are saying if no, Marte. You're saying I'll walk with you. Don't worry, I'm not running. I'm just saying you're saying if is not reality. If is the perfect place where you do the right thing and this woman do the right thing and y'all stay together. If she loves you and she this and she that. Most women, they are not yours. It's just your term. You're on borrowed time. This is not like
no, that's very black pill. When you say no, it's not your turn.
Red pill, that's reality.
Time. That's you're doing double speak. You're saying it's not black pill while uttering black pill talking points.
What is black pill?
What you're even saying right now, Fatty?
No, because you don't know what black pill is. Black pill is predeterminism. Is you believe?
No. What I'm referring to. Let me clear this up. What you're uttering is nihilism. How is this not nihilistic?
If I say, if I leave the barn open and there's 10 sheep inside and 2 wolves, I will wake up next day with no sheep. Is that nihilism or reality? No. I'm asking you. Is that nihilism or reality?
That's something that you can control. You actually control these.
Marte, you know analogies.
I'm talking about things I can't control.
If I engage in your analogies, you have to engage in mine, right?
I'm engaging in your analogies, but just understand that.
I'm asking if I'm describing reality, just because it's a negative reality doesn't mean that it's not reality. There's not nihilism. There's actually reality.
Negative reality. The reason why it's fallacious is because the activities happened before I got to this woman. Hence, my control happens afterwards. It's post everything happening. Your analogy with the sheep is like during. It's not before I got there. And also, I'm the one that's allowing this to happen. A better analogy for you to have, Fatty, let me help you out and debate a little bit, is if I got with her and I said, I have no boundaries, I have no curfew, and I'm allowing the wolf to come in because you can have male friends. That's a better analogy. The analogy you brought up is a fallacious one that doesn't make sense.
Marte, what did I say that was wrong?
What I'm saying is
let me be more specific. In my characterization of woman in 2025, what did I say that was wrong?
Are you talking about the wolf in the sheep?
No, that was an analogy. My analogy was one second. One second, please, Marte. That analogy has nothing to do with woman. That analogy
then why bring it up? You're the one that brought it up.
Because you are saying that I'm being a nihilist, and I'm saying that I'm being a realist. Being a realist.
No, that has nothing. That's not even a good example to even address the nihilism that you're doing.
Marte, don't move the conversation. I'm just saying I'm not.
You're the one that brought up the sheep. I didn't do that, Fatty. That's
Marte, but that's the point. You are too
and then
close.
When I bring up your own argument, your
Marte,
own hypothetical you brought up, then you sound moving when you bring it up. That's crazy.
Move out. You are too zoomed in. Zoom out a little bit, right? Since you are teaching me something, let me teach you something, right?
Oh God,
man! I'm explaining. Red pill is reality. Either be like the red pill on the movie Matrix is reality. Is a very shitty reality. Is a dark reality. Is a very destructive reality. But it's still reality. Morpheus and Neo, they were nihilists. They were realists. They were looking at reality and adapting to it. If I made a description about women in the dating market and the description is terrible, I'm only become a nihilist if this is my projections and my opinions, and if it's not how women are actually moving. What did I say about women, right? Women being ran through on their 20s, the marrying in their 30s, doing the chameleon behavior where they become traditional wives just because they want to take care of, cheated on you, leaving you, divorce, grape you, the average marriage staying for 7 years, half of the relationship being married, like ending up in divorce, sexless marriages and woman denying sex, woman fucking the alphas and then marrying the betas. Like, what is these descriptions that I'm saying that are wrong?
I'm not saying your descriptions are wrong, but your hypotheticals are trash because it has nothing to do with this. The thing that I'm addressing, because I'm not talking about your descriptions, they're empty. They're empty assertions because you're saying this is like, okay, this is something that you're going to do and you have no choice. It's going to happen regardless, as if we don't have any power. When you say in a hypothetical, we have power, we forgot to leave the door open, we're doing this, we're having neglect, which means we have control over that. While using the same sentence by saying, oh, they have all these bodies before you get to it, it's inevitable, it's going to happen, you're just waiting for it to happen and crumble. To me, this doesn't make any sense because you're using double speak right now. That's what I'm saying is wrong, Fatty. Do you understand what I just said?
There's no double speak because you would literally agree with me. You literally said I don't disagree with that. You literally said.
You understand what I don't agree with, Fatty? What I don't agree with.
You still didn't say what am I wrong? What am I wrong about?
I just told you. Oh, this is what you're wrong about. This is what you're wrong about.
Yes.
When I ask you about women and I say, hold on, this is something that we have at our control. If she admires me, she loves me, she respects me, I have a chance of planting seeds and changing this behavior.
How do you control that?
That can happen, but you in the same mouth says,
no, how do you control
it's inevitable. That? It's just a sit sandwich.
No, how do you control that?
Hold on,
how do you control that?
I'm almost there. So you say that both. Meaning that it's an absolute statement saying that if you pick a white woman or black woman, it's a shit sandwich. It's whatever kind of shit sandwich you want. That's an absolute statement that you just made. That's nihilism. Yes. You realize that, right?
No, because it reflects reality.
What? So there's nothing else
because men that are dating Asian women, men that are dating white women, men that are dating Latinas are still getting a shit sandwich overall. If you marry on the West, you are going to have a high chance of getting a shit sandwich, and that's reality. Because if it wasn't, we wouldn't be here.
So now it's a high chance. When you said there's only, because you, in your example, you said if you date a black woman, it's going to be a shit sandwich. With mine, my white woman's going to be shit. And according to your statement, yours is going to have cheese on it, but they're both worse. That's nihilism. That's what I'm pointing out.
They're both numbers. If 50% of people get, Marte, think about it. No, Marte, one second, please. Marte, 1 second, please. Just 1 second. Is it fair to say that
about that?
Is that fair to say that half of relationships in the West end in relationships? Overall, 50%. Let's 47, 43 on a good year, 53 on a bad year. 50% of relationships end in divorce. Is that fair?
Yeah, it would be fair. I'll even grant you that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And let's assume once again,
you already destroyed your whole argument because you gave me 2 shit sandwiches. That's not 50%. Is that 100% when you gave me 2 choices?
And that's why you have to let me finish.
All right, go ahead. Please reconcile this somehow.
Because you can tell me that the other 50% of people that are married are all happy. You have people that have sexless marriages. You have people that only together for survival. You have people that are only together because they have a mortgage together and they can live by themselves. Like even inside of those 50% of people that stay together, their relationships are not optimal, especially for the men. So the majority of men are going to have a shit sandwiches either by getting divorced or staying in a relationship where they are actually not thriving because they are miserable. This is all I'm saying, and the numbers show it. I'm not being a nihilist. I'm telling you the truth. There's the numbers. There's reality.
In this debate right now, and here's how I'm going to end it. And this is, I'm telling you, I'm not setting you up, Fatty, when I say this. But I'm just going to say this right now, and there's nothing you could say to reconcile this or even address this or even refute this. Yeah. The reason why I do debates is because I want the Christian ethos to be spread, right? I'm not a secularist. I'm not fighting for secular marriages, which have the marriage rates that you're talking about, which is like 78% are initiated by women, all this other stuff. You and I have been doing debates long enough to know the stats on all this. We hear this all day long, right? I'm representing the Orthodox religion, which only has a divorce rate of 9%, Fatty. So if I'm fighting for this to be the mainstay of the nation, fighting for a Christian nationalist agenda that I'm literally fighting for, and I want this as the 9% divorce rate, to me, that's what I'm fighting for, and I want the change for this, meaning that if I find somebody else that's Orthodox, guess what's going to happen? I don't fall into this box that you want to say we all fall into, which is not a generality. If I go by my own metric and then want to propagandize people to be on board with Orthodoxy, how would I be wrong?
Absolutely. And if the Orthodox Church accepts ran-through woman that had multiple baby daddies before, was fucking everybody, have all these traits of the secular woman, and y'all accept them on their later years for them to be the refuge, like most religions are right now, to be honest, you guys can go ahead and have it. It's fine.
Fatty, you know what? That sounds great for a Protestant, but the problem that you're going to run into is let me just throw in a little bit of edumacation here. Let me throw some bonics in there for you because I know you like to hear that. But anyways, back to this. I think that as a catechumen is a student, right, of the church. I've been a catechumen for about 1.5 years, right? This is a grueling process of having to learn in all this. If you are a person that's a sewing circle Christian, we call those feminist Christians, you're not going to go through this process. I'm telling you right now, Fatty. You're not going to want to do this.
What is the progress? Like, what does that mean? Fatty, what does that mean? Like, what does that name of the thing? What does that mean exactly?
It's a student. And here's the thing, though. If you hop from dick to dick as soon as trouble happens, you're not going to have the patience to go through this catechumenate, which is like me being a student. I have to go learn lessons every Wednesday and show up on time, and also Sunday. And then I have somebody with me that's a godfather that's looking at my life really closely and vetting my system and saying, hey, I'm just checking in with you. How you doing? And then following me on social media, trying to see if I'm genuine and all this. It's a process. You're being vetted, all this other stuff. No, the woman you're talking about, it reduces the chance of a ran-through women that are disingenuous. Now, I'll even give you this, Fatty. Let me be good faith with you.
No, it doesn't. All of y'all have a shitty pest. All of y'all.
Right. Correct. I'm going to be generous towards you. Let's say there's a ran-through woman that goes to the Orthodox Church. She honestly changes her life, right? She denounces feminism. She denounces the world and honestly changes for the better. And after 2 years, she's on board. Is she less likely to revert to feminism after 2 years of this or more likely to?
She's less likely.
All right, there.
But once again, is possibility is the probable thing is that the person that developed a certain type of behavior for 30 years is not going to get rid of that behavior. Is going to mask it or is going to pause it. It's not going to fully go through it. And if the church and religion
is the last top 4 hosts, right? And y'all are willing to accept them because y'all forgive everything as long as the person actually truly repents. Y'all can go ahead and have my sloppy seconds. You got it. I don't have a problem with that. Good luck with that.
That sounds like Protestant rhetoric. The Protestant women who
no, it's not
are saying, "Well,
it's
as long
actually
as
not
I
at all.
accept him, that's it. As long as I accept Jesus Christ, I'm a Christian. That's it." Like,
no. They do the work. Like they truly repent and they truly believe and all that. If a hoe or a woman that had a troublesome past repents and all that, and she goes to the church and she should be forgave. That's what y'all actually preach. But so why don't you?
Patty? So what you're doing is you're taking words and you're conflating like Protestantism with what we do. They don't have a vetting system like we do. And
no. She goes through all she goes through all of it. She actually is a checkered past, and she goes through all the things that shall go through when she gets to the door.
All the things. Yes. I'll walk with you. She goes through all the things, and then what else, Fatty?
She shows that she changed. She says, "I'm not anymore. I'm a submissive, feminine, and friendly woman that will look at my man and follow him." Like, right? That's you right?
So she's accepted, and then she gets baptized, and then she's in this community that's going to judge her, hold her accountable. Also, there's shame involved too. Remind you, Fatty, that we have a community that holds each other accountable. That think about the Amish community, because the Amish community doesn't rely on electricity or anything else. They're very close. They're very close-knit community. They keep eyes on each other. Shame is probably greater in that community. Everything else. Think about the Orthodox community.
And they finger each other in the barns and shit.
This reduces even more, Fatty. So if we think about this, we not only have checks and balances in the Orthodox community for people checking, like think about the Protestant churches, which you're used to hearing about. Think about that.
I'm not.
It changes things greatly.
In Europe, we are most of is Catholicism is like the Protestant church doesn't have a big type of concentration. I'm just saying that, right? If y'all have it in your heart to forgive all these hoes, y'all should have it in your heart to forgive Sarah. That's my closing statement. Forgiveness and the Christ, and we have to turn the other cheek and all that shit, and the hoes can be forgiven. I think Sarah can be forgiven too.
I can forgive her while not showing up on her channel again. Do you realize that can be true?
Absolutely. But there's my point. Y'all forgive these hoes, and then you turn around and you make them wives, you make them girlfriends, you give them space, all that shit. And to me, in my opinion, it's convenient. It's like
not convenient.
It's
my past, right? So I'm gonna bring this up. My past is very checkered. I got locked up for attempted murder at 13. Right? I don't know if you heard this or not before, but they thought I was trying to smother my little brother when I put a bottle on top of a pillow because I saw my mom do this all the time. The caseworker thought I was trying to smother him. I spent a year in juvenile hall because of attempted murder, right? So this could have been on my record for a very long time. And then I did solo work, sex work, right? I did this for a very long time. I have this checkered past. Matter of fact, I could be one of the worst. I should have never gotten law enforcement or been a pro athlete. None of that should have happened, but it changed my life so much. But guess what happened? Nobody's going to buy it unless you're consistent about this and you go through a lot of hard shit, because a lot of people, they're not going to believe you when you show up. The Orthodox Church, I show up and guess what? They're going to look at me like, oh, you're not from around here. You're different, and also you're black, because most of the people are not black in the Orthodox Church. I show up. Do you think it's going to be very easy for me to find a wife? No, it's not. They're going to put me through a vetting system. So when you say, no, it's very convenient for you, I'm choosing the less convenient route by becoming Orthodox. And you know why? Because I believe it's true. That's why, Fatty. I believe that this is true. This is the way that I want to debate and change people's hearts and minds to go this way. That's not convenient. You think it's convenient. It's not convenient at all. I chose the hard route.
It's absolutely it's convenient, because that's how actually you get there's the
it's like you didn't hear anything else. This is crazy.
Absolutely, because it's a clean slate. This is what happened with the speakeasy too, right? I did things in the past that I'm not proud.
Crazy.
It's all the same conversation.
I don't have repentance, even though I didn't do half of the shit that y'all did, right? So I'm the degenerate because even though I literally never engage into the behavior y'all engage, I'm a degenerate because I don't have a moral compass and I don't believe in God. But y'all motherfuckers that do all that shit and now all of a sudden fight the church, which is always very convenient. Now all of a sudden we can look at you as a brand new person because you are not doing the things that you did before and you went through some made up trials and tribulations that actually make you the person that you are. I don't have to be broke.
So you think trials and tribulations made up?
Yeah, it's man-made. No. The trial and tribulation. You misrepresented what I said. The trial and tribulations are not man-made. The filtering, the baptism, all the other things that make you whole again, that's man-made. Because you really don't know what the person is doing when they close the door and they click on the computer. You have no idea.
Your logic is that if somebody gets baptized, no change ever happened.
I didn't say that.
How is that not what you said?
I didn't say that. What I said is, if you are displaying a behavior for a amount of years, you being baptized and going through all this shit doesn't going to make you a better person because that's performative. Most people don't change. They just pause it or they hide it better.
Fatty, that's crazy. I'm not going.
A baptism is not performative.
No, it's not performative, Fatty.
So what happens when I dip you on water and do the what happens there?
It's going to be 2 years for me going through this catechumenate process. I wish it was done and over with. I wouldn't want to go through this unless I really had to and believed this to be true. I wouldn't be doing this if it was just performative. Now, I do believe that baptisms out there in the world, there can be disingenuous baptism where you get dunked once at some ocean. I see this all the time, right? There has been performative baptism. Right. I'm going to grant you a little bit of leeway on this, but
not a lot.
Fatty, what I'm talking about is Orthodox baptisms. I don't believe that they're performative at all because we put people through extensive rigorism when it comes to becoming an Orthodox person or believer.
Yeah. And that's why it will never. And that's why it will never work to the overall population. Because most people aren't willing to go through shit. They are going to choose the easiest path.
I'll agree with you.
And you know what? You need to call me Mr. Fatty because I was baptized 30 years before you. So if you only been baptized for 2 years, you are a rookie. You are the Luka Doncic to my Michael Jordan. So
Fatty,
next time you see me on these YouTube streets, you're going like how Spider-Man used to. You know how Spider-Man used to talk with Iron Man, Mr. Stark.
I'll entertain this if you can answer my question.
This is how you need to talk to me. This is how you need to talk to me.
Can you answer my question, though, Fatty?
Go, no, Mr. Fatty, please.
Anyways, can you answer my question?
Why are you stuttering?
Can you answer my question? Because you want me to label
30 years, you're OG. What the hell are you talking about? I was baptized when I was 2.
I'm trying to determine if you're my OG or not. Can you at least answer the question so I can determine that?
Yes, please.
So when you got baptized, did they dunk you once and then say you're baptized?
I was a baby. I don't know. I have no idea what happened.
Oh, so you don't even know. So you're OG.
I literally, yes, and I was raised. I was raised by parents. Like I have gold chains with the cross. Oh my God, I have the whole I'm baptized kid. I have the chain.
So there's two things.
I have the bracelet.
In the original Apostolic Catholic Church of Orthodoxy, which precedes yours, I can imagine. I'm just making an assumption. I don't know if you're Orthodox or not, but precedes yours. 2,000 years of unchanged church history, and you're going to say that you're an OG of mine?
Absolutely, because I did it first. You're just a copycat.
So you did. So hold on. A church that's separated from the original church, which was a copycat, is an OG to me? That's crazy, Fatty.
Yeah, because even the history of Christ was copycatted from other histories of other people before Jesus. So we all copycat in some way.
False. So Adam and Eve were copywritten from what?
From Adam and Steve.
Yeah. Now you're being bad faith. Anyways, that you just got wrecked. Anyways,
and Marte, listen,
you coming by being bad faith as you are. This is crazy.
You have to listen to yourself.
Fatty,
you said you.
I want you to listen to this recording and just realize, like, maybe you could take notes on how badly your arguments were, Fatty.
No. It's fine, and I just want to point out that you literally ended the conversation. I just wrecked you, right? W's in the chat. Else.
It sounds good. It sounds good because it's realistic and it really happened. I loved it.
Else, and Marte, like I said.
Fatty, you're not gonna make my people into sheep. That's crazy.
No. This is your people. I never no problem with it. I'm just saying once again, nothing that you say that is reality is nihilist. That's all I wanted to say, Marte. Just because you have a negative opinion about something, like you have a negative opinion about black people, that doesn't mean that you are a nihilist. Maybe you're just a realist, right? And nobody calls you a nihilist because you are depicting what is reality, either you're right or wrong. We can do that with everything other than black people, and that's the part that you a lot of times don't get.
You give me an absolute and say everybody. What I'm saying is culture, because we know that the culture, not the people. Because you're saying I'm talking about people. I'm not talking about people. I'm talking about the culture. The culture. So when I say black women, I'm referring to the culture when I say this. I think that the reason why I do debates is because I need to be able to expose this. If I tell black women out there, you're too masculine and you're too bad, it's because they've been told you're a boss woman, you're a queen, you deserve that king and all this too many times, making them delusional. So what I'm doing is I'm counterculture. That's what I'm doing. That's not nihilism. I'm countering something. What
is really right.
Is saying if you have a white woman or black woman, they're both shit sandwiches. That's an absolute statement that you just made right now. That's literally nihilism.
No, because it's the majority. That's not all. It's the majority.
You said there's nothing you can do because we're screwed.
No,
there's
nothing you can. Yes, no, I'm right. I assume that there's nothing you can do because the average age of marriage is 29. The average age of marriage is 29, and you can control nothing that your woman did before she met you. So he's not being nihilist, he's being a realist.
Look, let's
how many 29-year-old virgins do you know?
Let's say there's a woman that's at a brothel. She worked at a brothel. We don't know her numbers because her numbers go through the ceiling, right?
Yes.
She repents and spends 30 days in the desert like this woman named Saint Mary, whatever. Matter of fact, let me make this more concise. She repents and says, you know what? No more. I don't want to be a hoe anymore. I renounce everything that I've ever done. I want to change to orthodoxy. And she converts to the church. The church is going to put a magnifying glass on her through public scrutiny and social shame and everything else. I guarantee you, because we live in modern day, nothing you can do doesn't get undownloaded online. It's going to be up there forever. You'll live with it. People in the church start talking. And so now they're going to pay close attention to her for 2 years being a catechumen, a student. And guess what? She marries somebody, she's going to have to deal with the further scrutiny of being in orthodoxy. And this is something for the rest of her life she's going to have to live with. So she's going to be going through a vetting process just like I will, because I'm black, Fatty, because I'm Orthodox, and I'm not somebody that's Greek or Russian or anything like that. I'm going to go through a vetting process for the rest of my life because I'm going to have to repent for the rest of my life. And we do believe that there's a redemption arc for everybody. You don't believe that, and you believe that everybody else in Protestantism, has this whole thinking. We don't subscribe to that. I have to repent for the rest of my life.
I'm not a Protestant. Hey, Marta, would you marry this hypothetical woman? Or at least consider it?
Would I marry this hypothetical woman?
Yeah, the woman that you created that was a brothel woman and then repented herself, and for 2 years she was vetted by a godfather, godmother, all of that. Would you consider dating and marry her?
I'm going to be real honest with you, Fatty. And you know what? This isn't a concession. I wouldn't do that.
Checkmate. Thank you very much for having me, Mate. Thank you for having me, Marte. Congratulations on the 1K. I'm out.
I can tell you why it's not a concession. This is why it's not a concession, Fatty. Oh, this fucking asshole. Of course he would bounce and say checkmate. The reason why it's not a concession if I was to turn somebody down is because if I did something, just like they did because I have a past, I could denounce whatever I had in my past. The regular person that had no experience with sex work can be more open to it than I was. But because I'm more of a subject matter expert than everybody else is, They can. Fatty's laughing in the chat. Fatty, you're about to get blown out. So of course, Fatty rage quits. That's actually a rage quit when you disingenuously disconnect while leaving on that note. I could do that too. I could come to your channel and be like, hey, the sky's blue, and then quit. That's literally what you just did right now. You said the sky's blue, Marte, bounce. That's it. That's literally what you just did. That's it. That's not a W at all. Of course, laughing emojis on Fatty's face right now. I'm going to go through a couple things right now because I think that Fatty didn't want to stay through this. Because this I'm going to present and then I will then bounce myself. But this has to be talked about. Fatty doesn't want to stay for this conversation, but I will expound on this.
I got an email from EBT. I used to get $740 a month for my 2 kids. And we not getting EBT no more. They took the EBT. They saying I gotta work 20 hours a week. I'm not working for nobody. Get the fuck out of here. This is what Americans, taxpayer, work for us. They work for me. They gotta help me feed my fucking kids. Get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't be quitters now. Y'all been helping us all this fucking time.
Nope, that gravy train ends now. We're done with that. November, EBT, getting cut off. You guys are done. Not working on the shoulders of us or anything like that. Like this guy, I think he might be Puerto Rican. But this is the thing. This is the culture I'm talking about. I'm totally against this. This is crazy.
Now y'all want to tap out. Get the fuck out of here. I want my EBT, yo.
Notice how I curated this content myself. Notice how I put the fatigue. I should have put the exhaustion at the bottom of this.
I want my EBT, and I'm not working for nobody. I'm a fucking boss. What the fuck I look like work?
That's literally a contrarian statement to make. You're a boss, but you don't work for anybody. How can you be a boss if you don't work for anybody? Because even bosses work for somebody. What's a public servant? Right? Even a king works for somebody, right? Because he has people that he has to give service to. Even by his leadership, he's serving them leadership to some degree. I mean, I'm making a circular argument right now because really, this doesn't really make any sense. He's a boss, but he has no inherent leadership at all. There's no inherent leadership at all. This doesn't make any sense. Bosses are people that we want to be like. This isn't somebody I want to be like. Not at all.
When the government is here to help. Come on. Y'all send all that money to Iraq, Ukraine. Y'all funding all these wars. But when it's time to help the Americans, y'all don't want to fucking help us? I need my fucking EBT.
We are helping the Americans. If we prevent a third world war, and of course I'm being hyperbolic here, how is that not then helping Americans by stopping a world war from happening? Let's just say that we're happening. I guarantee this guy doesn't even know anything if I brought this up. He wouldn't understand what I'm getting to.
Yo, I need my money, yo. I need my fucking EBT. Stop fucking playing with me, yo.
This is crazy. I don't know. This dude's very feminine. Just going to call it like I see it. Because a lot of men like this will complain about problems while not offering a solution. He's definitely one of them.
Idea in section 2 is that we are responding to current day manifestations of past and present decisions that disadvantage minorities and make it so that they don't have equal access to the voting system, right? They're disabled. In fact, we use the word disable in Milligan. We say that's a way in which you see that these processes are not equally open. Yes.
So black people are disabled? What? She just said black people are disabled. They don't have access to buildings. It's stupid. This is the most dumbest rhetoric I've ever heard. I don't know, Fatty. I think you got a runner up for dumbest argument of the night. You're probably in chat. So, I mean, shots fired. You don't have the balls to come back up and defend this argument. You just took many L's on. Matter of fact. I don't know. I've destroyed Fatty in panels before. When I told him I destroyed his whole crew in a debate where whites should get reparations from black, he laughed about that. Anybody can look at it. It's still up on my channel if you want to see it.
That these processes are not equally open. Yes. I'm thinking of it, of the fact that remedial action, absent discriminatory intent, is really not a new idea in the civil rights laws. And my kind of paradigmatic example of this is something like the ADA. Congress passed the Americans with Disabilities Act against the backdrop of a world that was generally not accessible to people with disabilities. And
wait, she's saying the American Disabilities Act is the equivalent of like black people not getting in a, what the, this is the most retarded stuff I've ever heard of in my life. And why I clipped this content and I'm watching this for the first time. That's the crazy part about this. I don't know. I feel like Fatty's got some relatives I don't know about. Fatty, come get your cousin, Fatty. This is crazy.
So it was discriminatory in effect because these folks were not able to access these buildings. And it didn't matter.
So the American I don't even want to say it. I'm losing brain cells right now. Listen to this.
Whether the person who built the building or the person who owned the building intended for them to be exclusionary, that's irrelevant. Congress said.
Stacey, you make a good point, because it's like those people that make false accusations for the R slur and they get taken advantage of a guy. The people who make false allegations, it's really disingenuous and it hurts the people who are really victims, right? Same argument you're making right now, or the same statement you're just making. She says, I really get upset over people who can't get help and they really do need it because too many idiots are being dishonest about things to be a freeloader. Yes, the real victims are being robbed, because she's saying that black people should be granted access through the American Disabilities Act and we should take advantage of this because we're black. This is so stupid. Like, this is insane.
The facility.
I don't know. If this isn't an argument to also repeal the night. Anyways, yeah, it's go on.
Facilities have to be made equally open to people with disabilities if readily possible. I guess I don't understand why that's not what's happening here.
MAGA likes black men.
This is crazy. So this is the whole segment of Black Exhaustion I was getting at. This is the craziness. Let's go on to deal, Hughley. More of the fatigue, aka the exhaustion.
Who do what they're told. Name me a remarkable. This is a thought exercise. Name me a remarkable black man.
Oh, Dr. Not Ben Davis. I forgot. Carson? Ben Carson. He's one of the people. So I clipped a lot of this, and some of this was sent to me. People are saying these are just really ignorant black folk. The whole community. This is just really bad.
That MAGA liked.
Ben Carson. I just named him.
A remarkable? I'm talking about remarkable that all of us can agree is a remarkable human being. Steve Harvey. MAGA don't like him.
It's a bad argument. I think what he's saying is that he's demonizing black Republicans. I think they want us all to be liberal, which means we should be on the side of whites who hate themselves. If you get my drift. Because a lot of liberals on that side will tell you white guilt is a thing when really white guilt is a psyop and doesn't exist.
I mean, he met with meeting Trump. With him. I'm talking about with MAGA champions, him like a Tatum or like a fucking Byron Donalds or like those people. Name me a
I wouldn't really side with Tatum. I think he's really strongly with the Jays. He may take money on the side. I don't know. I can't prove it, but temple of that stuff.
Is Clarence Thomas remarkable? No. He's obedient. Is Tim Scott remarkable? He's obedient. I mean, Kanye's remarkable in certain ways. Kanye's a remarkable man who they co-opted, but his experience.
Yeah. Mr. Bill, very based. Larry Elder is a very remarkable black person who's also extremely based as well, too. Yes. Sears, also based as well, too. Correct.
They glommed on him. They kind of be attracted to each other. Mm-hmm. But even he says things they don't like. Right. What they don't understand, MAGA likes Republicans. MAGA likes black men for the same way they pick their dogs. Because they're...
Is he calling So he's calling any black person that votes conservative a dog. Well, this would go two ways. This knife cuts both ways. I do believe that we can have black liberals that are dogs. Matter of fact, sheep. This happens often. Buying into black culture, BLM, burning buildings down. How is that not sheepish? That's even worse. Because when blacks get pissed and something happens that are conservatives, we hold candlelight vigils. We do peaceful. Look at what happened to Charlie Kirk. We didn't burn down cities when that happened on the conservative. That's just really this. I would love to debate D.L. Hughley. This would be awesome for me to destroy the shit out of this guy.
Obedient. They'll never have a stamp or school. They'll never be remarkable. Do you know why Clarence Thomas got the job?
Yeah, Crucible Crusader. Tatum, yeah, I can't really like make a verbal demonstration of this, but I believe we're on the same page.
Because Thurgood Marshall was retiring.
Correct.
And they needed a black dude, and he was the only one around. He never spoke for decades. He never issued a minority or majority opinion. If Clarence Thomas didn't take a picture with the Supreme Court, they thought he was a janitor. He would have thought he was a janitor that was photobombing.
I just brought up Ben Carson, Dr. Ben Carson. I think, yeah, he's a great example. Larry Elder's a good example. Sears. There's plenty of great examples. He's just, I don't know if he knows anything about black conservatives that are really popular, and I'm going to be one of them. I'm going to be running for mayor of my city next year as a conservative. I'll be the next, hopefully, God willing. I don't know. This guy's an idiot.
And he is one of the, and the thing that's funny now is that with Charlie Kirk gone, this new iteration of white supremacists has no use for people like that. Did you notice any one of them speaking at his funeral? Was there a black person that spoke at his funeral?
Please welcome to the stage, Dr. Ben Carson.
I just said his name. Oh, God, this is crazy. All right. Hey, confirmation for me. Hey, thanks, Scott, man. I appreciate it, man. It took me a minute to get here. I think YouTube purposely makes it hard for you to get to 1,000, but I appreciate the support. I do believe that my, what they call it, not GoFundMe or whatever that is, my Cash App was in the chat somewhere. Anyways, I'm going to try to get to where I'm monetized and to where I can actually make $1 off of this at some point, especially because I'm going to functions like Jubilee to debate and Tim Pool. I'm going to be talking to their booking about going there, showing up on there. So I'm going to kind of broaden my horizons to get out there and actually do real debates and move the needle on this culture a little bit to try to at least shift the culture. I think that we do need to change, and Fatty's totally wrong about his ideology. So.
Thank you. It's wonderful to see so many people out here for such a sad but also a wonderful purpose. You know, we at the American Cornerstone Institute grieve with everyone. Kirk.
No, because you're window dressing. What you are is a fucking picture. You're a photo op.
I'm gonna tell y'all straight up like this. I just got that.
Okay, so he was proven wrong because Dr. Ben Carson showed up to his funeral. We're gonna move on to the next Black Fatigue.
Text that the link is definitely cut the fuck off for November. Y'all better stay the fuck out of my way in these stores. I'm walking out with cards and I'm not paying for shit. Trump, if you want motherfuckers start looting, it's gonna happen.
She's talking about stealing. So if you get cut off a food stamp, so I'm hearing a lot of rhetoric. I played this before where a woman was saying she's gonna steal from the store because they're gonna cut off her EBT. This is just, like I said, it's not Black Fatigue, it's Black Exhaustion at this point.
Before my kids go broke in this bitch like Jock, I'm gonna be stealing like it ain't no tomorrow. I'm
called it.
I'm going to go in that store, get everything I get regularly. I'm going to bag my shit up, swipe my link card. As soon as that bitch say, ain't no pending balance on there, I'm going to walk the fuck out. And I'm going to have one of my cousins with me that'll punch your ass so hard, you're going to think a Jet 2 holiday hit.
So this is a threat. So she's ushering a threat. This is not freedom of speech. Freedom of speech isn't threatening people. Take it easy, Scott, man. I appreciate your support. I'm gonna wrap this up maybe in about 20 minutes because we got a little bit to go through, and then that's about it. Fatty ate up so much time, but then again, it's not like, I mean, it's very much like him to eat. So, anyways, back to the fatigue.
Your bitch ass if you think I ain't finna walk out that store. And please follow me to that motherfucking car if you feeling motherfucking froggy, bitch. You ain't gonna.
So this proves, so Fatty was saying, no, there's two bads. Women are bad regardless. White women and black women, they're all the same. Does this look like they're the same? Like, does this look like somebody I would like to date? This is my hope. If Fatty would have stayed the whole time, he would have seen like, hey, I see what you're talking about. You know, he would have actually denied reality again by watching this black woman become extra masculine. This is bad. This is horrendous, actually. Buddha says a debate against Fatty and claiming the win is like punching a blind kid to win, but you don't brag about it. It's just insane. Yeah, I agree. It's like me punching my way out of a paper bag that's wet. Like in acid. I don't know. It's insane.
Make it back to your motherfucking position at that fucking Walmart store. I'm telling you. You want to take some link? Like, I don't be taking shit already. Watch this. It's okay. I live in Chicago. Do y'all think these people finna sit the fuck back without no EBT? You know how many bitches I know that got like 9 kids and depend on that shit? You think they finna wait for the Democrats to stop?
Wait, she said Chicago, the city of Brandon Johnson, the mayor who plays race politics and has ICE-free zones, the guy who also wanted to defund the police. Of course, this would happen in his city. But Fatty wants me to date black women just the same as white women because by his rhetoric, it's all a shit sandwich no matter what. Well, I'm watching this in real time right now, watching black women who are extremely masculine expressing on camera, just presenting masculine on camera.
Doing this shit, they ain't.
These aren't wives, by the way, that I see.
They not. I don't want to do it. But who in the fuck gonna feed these kids? Who gonna sit back and listen to their kids being hungry all day and everybody don't even like helping each other? If we being for real around this bitch. What y'all fail to realize is they work for us. Maybe we need to make noise like this and start fucking wilding the fuck out.
You understand what the black community's doing? Like, this is just black culture. The same rhetoric. They work for us. I'm a boss. Meanwhile, these people don't work. They want us to work and shoulder the load.
For them to hear us. Motherfuckers don't ever want to come together and make a fucking...
This isn't even a wife, let alone a mother. When I consider dating somebody, I look at two things. Is this a wife that I'm looking at? And I vet people on dates often. And I also look at this like, is this a mother that I'm looking at? A good mother? Is this woman a good mother? I don't think that guys really consider any of this other stuff because we have this hit it and quit it culture. But no, the vetting process should be very lengthy. And these are two things that you should always consider.
Change, but y'all sit here and complain and let them do whatever. I'm tired of that shit. I'm tired of that shit. We need to come the fuck together. How long y'all finna let them do what the fuck they want to do? Like, come on now, we is the United States of a fucking America.
Yeah, Fatty, these are such feminine black women that we should date. How sweet and gentle they sound right now. So stupid.
Come together, bitches, before I start stealing. Simple. I'ma start. I don't care.
Yeah, I think that's the end of that right there. This is crazy. I don't see myself as somebody that is like, this is not what I want at all in my life as far as the culture, any of this. Oh, this is just insane. Black women. So Jay says something very telling. 60% of black women, and actually I think it's more, but I'm just being generous here, are out of shape and overweight. Jay says average weight of adult black women is 188 pounds. Yes. F that indeed. And before anybody can call me racist, oh, you can't call me racist because I'm black. Try that on somebody else. This is the reason why I speak up on these issues, because these three gentlemen on my backdrop would be called racist if they did it. That's why I'm stepping out in front, in saying, this is why I do not choose to date black women. I don't choose to do that. I don't think it's nihilistic for me to say I don't want to date black women. But if black women can't get correction from white people because it's racist for them to do this, and then Mexicans can't correct black women at all on being too masculine because it's not their culture and they can't speak on anything else but their culture, and then people like me can't speak up about black women because I hate my mom or I hate my color, who can then correct black women or expose this, magnify this, and offer any kind of correction? You see the hubris that this breeds in the black community? This is just crazy. So I will say this. Beth, if you're listening, and this is going to be divisive, if I see you in another chat or in a debate, that's the only time I'm going to be talking to you and fellowshipping, to be honest. And if you want an explanation, you could hit my line, you could send me a DM, and I'll be straight up with you and I'll be honest. Because I call shit out all the time. Dusty, if you're hate watching, you can fuck off. You can just fuck right off. Honestly. I don't like you. You're divisive. All you do is talk shit. You're not based at all. You're literally representing Antichrist 99.9% of the time with your rhetoric. All you do is seem like you're having base debates when they're not debased. They're not based at all. They're actually debased. Yeah, said it right the first time. But Ryan, if I see you, it's on. Haymakers all day long online because I'm not threatening you in real life. And as far as Sarah goes, because I'm wrapping this up. As far as Sarah goes, look, I don't have any hard feelings against you because you didn't do anything directly to me. I support my friends regardless. So once again, I'm going to show this on screen. These three men right here, they move right, I'm moving right. This doesn't make me a sheep. This is kind of like bro code. This is what men do, man. If I'm in a bar and Jake gets swung on, even if he's in the wrong, I'm on Jake's side. I don't care. Somebody says some shit about Andrew's wife. It's like they said some shit about my sister. I'm just being blatantly honest with you. Jake wasn't even involved in any of this stuff, but I'm just saying this is just principle. So Dusty, Beth, Ryan, whoever else, Fatty, you never got involved in this. So you never got crossfire. That's why I can have discourse with you. You're still going to get obliterated in debates by me all the time. That's why you had the cope laugh in the stream with the emoticons. To me, this is just indicative of your style. You'll never take a concession because you're going to live in cognitive dissonance. Andrew, Rachel, if you're listening to this, I love you guys. You guys are my family. I wouldn't have found Christ if it wasn't for you guys, to be honest with you. So everybody saying that Rachel is a simp magnet and all this, and because Andrew's with her, I want you guys to think about this. When you say that she's bad or feminist because she has kids. Prior to whatever, that's regardless. There's a group, a population of people out there. Two types of women out there. There are women out there, we can all agree. And these women are either abandoned, men left them. Women don't own the monopoly on force, it's men. If men leave them and they get abandoned, are you going to fault these women for them leaving? The men leaving? I understand women initiating divorce, and I'm not simping at all by saying any of this. But how is Rachel bad because she was abandoned? It's actually more virtuous for Andrew to be there and be a father figure. Ask Andrew's fan base or anybody else that agrees with Andrew. They wish that they had a father like Andrew. That's insane for you to say that he's making a bad move. Also, the second class of women that I'm going to talk to right now, the widows. If a woman's husband dies and she's a single mom because her husband dies, are you then going to demonize this class of women as well too? That's crazy. This is all crazy. Rob Noor also has a family. He has a wife and kids. A good husband. All of these men have attributes and traits that I strive to emulate. Andrew wouldn't be friends with me if I didn't have traits that he admired as well too. We have to really think about these things. The reason why I do these debates is because I do have a Christian ethos. I don't lead with this. Not at all. Because if I get cornered by an atheist who's really good at what he does, I can misrepresent the faith and then, deconvert people. I don't want to do that. I'm not a religious scholar. That's not the field that I live in when it comes to debates. That's why I don't take on religious debates. The last debate I did was Christian nationalism. That's an easy one. But I had somebody with me. I was taking the secular argument and turning it on its ear when it came to it. I'm just going to end with saying this. And this is the last I'll ever say about this. When it comes to Jake Rattlesnake, Rob Noor, Rachel, and Andrew Wilson, I'm taking bullets for these guys all day. I don't care. You can call me a guy that's a simp. I don't give a fuck about what you think. I really honestly don't even care, to be honest. I'm not a fan. These are friends. There's a massive difference. Matter of fact, it's family, Family. I have real family that's not family to me. I take bullets for Andrew and Rachel all day. Rob too. To be honest. I think that in America, we've lost this. We've lost brotherhood. We've lost this kinship. We have fan bases that we follow, but we don't understand the rhetoric that we're espousing. We just copy and paste. That's all we do. Even in debates, we do this and we're concerned with winning like Fatty was talking about. No, I die for these people. They represent Christ. I do too. I wouldn't have been a Christian if it wasn't for Andrew. So I'll leave you guys with that. That's it, man. I mean, yeah. Let's go through these chats. I wish one day I could say let's go through these super chats. But this is the EBT chat right now because I'm not monetized. So, Buddha says 100% based. Maybe is one of the things I was saying. I don't know. Miss D says snakes. Probably one of the things I was alluding to. I don't know. Crucible Crusader says 100%. Jay says based. Buddha, once again, back at his comment, 100% based. Miss D says, I love that woman. Yeah. She's a sister, man. It's family, man. And I'll say it again, man. I'm not tone policing myself when I say this, because I do curse sometimes when I'm passionate about something. Fuck, if fuck anybody who fucks with the Crucible, fuck anybody who fucks with Rob Noor, even Jake Rattlesnake, fuck those people too. I'll take Jake's side all day. He could be in the wrong. Like I said, 100% wrong. I'm taking Jake's side, man. That's it. Jake loves Christ, man. He loves Christ. I saw him taking pictures outside of a church, man. Jake's extremely base. He fights feminism tooth and nail. I love it, man. And he's into fitness. How can I not love that? Crazy, right? Yeah, Rachel is awesome, man. Totally awesome. That's our sister, man. We should support Rachel no matter what, man. There's no reason why we can't support Rachel. If you talk about one of the most hardened, toughest, badass fucking fighters out there on the front lines, the way she dismantled that whatever it was in the last debate, it was just insane. Badass. Standing on God's principle is a why I follow you and the rest of the crew, Marte. Thank you, IHMF. I wish I knew what that acronym meant. I suppose maybe you'll tell me. Buddha says amen. Buddha also says, remember, we are all cucks because we pay tax. Yeah. Go figure. I mean, I suppose that's why we'll never own homes, because we'll always pay. And if you don't pay your property tax, do you really own your home? Because they'll take that too. So we're all renters if you really think about that. That's another, I actually put out a video on that. But yeah. Crucible Crusader, base name, by the way. All about everything you just said, bro. 100%. Yes, for sure, man. Jay said he's an Austrian, so he may be wrong sometimes. Yeah, I told him. I think I had a conversation. I couldn't find it on my channel. There was a conversation that me and Jake had, and somehow that disappeared off of my. It's so weird. I told him at the end of the debate that Australia wasn't real or something like that, and he laughed. So he knows it's not real. That's probably why he laughed. Jake, that is. Yeah, of course. Knew who you were talking about. So anyways, man, this has been another Black Exhaustion extravaganza, kind of, with a bit of fatty. I don't even know what to call that guy. He's just a walking contrarian of sorts. I think he thinks he's actually really good at this. I think he's a good host, though. I'll say that. I think Fatty, I'm being generous when I say this. I think Fatty's a good host. That's about it. As far as a debater, me and Andrew wrecked that guy like 2 times over. It's just crazy. Destroyed him 2 times over. It's just crazy. Anyways, I've been at this for about 4 hours and 20 minutes. I think my last one was like 6 hours. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot that I can get into, especially with the culture war. My channel's going to have a lot of controversial topics. So if you think me saying that Black women shouldn't have Black babies and be on the dating market, if they can help to try not to make that happen, being detrimental for them, that's very controversial. Like, nobody's ever talking about this stuff. I suppose that's why Fatty jumped in. And even then, he wasn't making good arguments either, because AJ was dominating the shit out of him. And AJ doesn't even debate. So I appreciate all you guys being on board, man. I mean, I suppose I'm going to develop a crew at some point. What would I call this? The edgers. I don't think that sounds so gay. The OTE crew, maybe. That's about it. Duke says, thank you. I appreciate it, man. The 1K was hard as hell to get, man. It's not like Instagram where I have like 7K or anything else. Like, it's actually tough as opposed to like TikTok or whatever. YouTube, I think they really make you work hard for every one of your subscribers, man. So I appreciate it, man. All you guys that are on the night shift or graveyard shift, man, this is good. Thanks for tolerating my words. Thanks for letting me destroy Fatty and being entertained by this. That guy's such an easy kill. Love it. So I'll host another stream. I have an actually even more controversial topic that I'm going to discuss. I'll drop the link in the streams on my social media. Follow me on Twitter, Instagram, which is now X, and Instagram and YouTube. Usually I do like same day drops. I'll drop another topic. I don't want to do a boring stream. That's the last thing I want to do for people out there, is drop boring streams. That's the dumbest way to actually force okay, that's how I know I need to get off content down people's throats. So Uda says, last few ones I'm going to read. As long as it's men debating, because women get triggered when topics like that. Yes, I will always trigger the shit out of people. Always going to happen, man. I'm extremely divisive. Christ said I come to bring a sword, right? And I think the reason why we have to be divisive is because we can't be in agreement to everything. We can't have acceptance. What you allows will continue. I think that we live in a world where we have feminism that we hate and we do nothing. We're implicit in our own destruction. I know I've said it before, but I'm going to repeat that mantra because it's so true. If you bitch and whine and you complain about something, you don't offer a solution, you begin to build resentment towards you from everybody else. If you're in a relationship with a woman and all you do is complain and bitch and moan, but you don't have any change, she's not going to see you as the leader anymore. Just like the men around you, if you're a man. I appreciate your input in the debates and such. Keep it up. I will be lurking. Lurking is good, man. You can lurk. It's good. As long as you're not stalking, maybe. Anyways, it's been real, man. I appreciate you guys tuning in. I think we had like a total of like 150, something like that in the stream. Good stuff, man. I appreciate you guys. You guys are a pretty base crew. I was trying to see if any of my detractors showed up. I mean, I suppose Fatty could be a pseudo detractor, but that was good too. I got a little bit of pushback. I like debates, man. I like when people get up and disagree with me. Yeah, as long as they're not trying to like shut my channel down by violating TOS and things like that, which Fatty's good about that. That's why I said he's a good host. Notice I didn't call him a good debater. Definitely not. Stacy, I appreciate your presence, man. Yeah, I'm glad that you understand what I was saying. I'm not saying it won't happen. It's not what I'm saying. I'm not making an absolute statement about that. I'm just saying that, you know, just like you, I hold women to a higher standard of vetting process, just like you should hold men. Because, I mean, from your picture, you don't look ugly and you're married. I'm pretty sure you really want to vet men around you because there's a lot of degenerate men out there, man. There really is, man. So I'm saying this as a brother, you know, for sure. Crucible Crusader, have a good night, Marte. And once again, congratulations. Yes, 1K. I want to have this conversation, Crucible Crusader, when I'm at 2K. That would be good. A lot of you guys could share the channel on your own social medias. This could also help too. Maybe this Christian ethos can spread even wider. That would be great. I'm at least trying. So we'll see what happens. You guys have a great evening. I will talk to you guys soon.